Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, substitute buddy?
Made it here. Let's go.
Attaboy. Terrible time, Timmy. One more day, we think. Filling in for Kimmy?
Mm-hmm. Believe so.
Yes. I have heard from Kimmy's husband 10 times more than I've heard from Kimmy, which is 0 times.
Because it's party time at the house? Because he's home?
So you would think so. He's off and home. Well, Kimmy was. Yeah, you would think that's awesome. He just keeps sending me videos of him doing stuff at his house.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
But he put together furniture, like outside furniture.
Really?
Yeah. Like, okay. Bro, do you understand what you have here?
Yeah.
You're blowing it.
You were blowing it big time.
God, I hate. Like, bro, I would have come over. We could have done so. I don't know. Like, I feel bad. I would have let's just get drunk. Just get drunk.
Yeah,
well,
that's usually the first thing you should do.
But when you don't have kids, you get drunk whenever you want. And Kimmy's a big drunk.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know what I mean? Smoking pot and getting drunk.
Put together some furniture.
Maybe doing ecstasy. Who knows what that kid does when she's at home. 53 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-60s. Cloudy, but a nice day all in all.
Yeah.
The forecast in the studio, however, much different.
A little steamy.
So our AC is broken.
Yes.
Right now it's 80 degrees. And that was just with me sitting here by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So over the next 4 hours, having gone through this before, we are going to be between 85 and 90 degrees in this studio.
Oh, it's like get on FanDuel, take those. I'm going to take a pair of 8s.
Okay. I'm already ready to die.
It's stifling already. It's
Yeah.
stuffy.
Yeah, like my brain is not working. I'm already ready. And I understand that there are guys who are going to call up men and women that work construction or contracting or roofing.
Yeah, but those are like people.
Thank you. You
know.
And there's something about outside 80 that's different than inside 80.
Yeah.
Well, outside 80 isn't as stuffy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It moves.
Yeah. A little breeze coming through.
This just sits in your lap.
Yeah, you warned me when I walked in here, and I thought I'd be fine. It took me 2 minutes. This sucks.
Yeah, okay. All right. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to ask a serious question because we're in a unique situation, and this might be the best day of the year for the AC to break. Kimmy's not here.
Yeah.
All right. At what point, how hot does it have to get where we, as a threesome here, decide shirtless show is okay?
That's gross, man.
I don't care, man.
First, I ain't sitting in a leather chair with my sweaty ass back. I'll be glued to this thing in an hour.
Okay.
I'm going to fuse to the chair.
All right, so you're out. Timmy, at what temperature are we going shirtless show?
The moment I have to readjust like how I'm seated, something's coming off. I don't know how much, but sooner rather than later, I think.
Plus, y'all got these goddamn gnarly ass beards on.
What are you talking about?
That has to hurt. Having those itchy ass beards.
Well, you're wearing a blazer.
Yeah, but I can take the blazer off.
You won't.
You gonna go shave?
You ain't gonna take the blazer off. Could you mean the outfit's not gonna look the same?
It won't. It's not the same outfit.
You're gonna fight the heat because you think you look handsome, you bitch. Like you're some Argentinian ballroom dancer. The jacket stays on.
Called a tango.
the tango de la muerte. The jacket stays on.
The forbidden dance.
Okay, serious question.
All right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. On a scale of 1 to 10, just with the people in this room, your coworkers right now, how comfortable are you being naked in front of us?
Oh, no big deal.
10?
We've done it.
Okay, yeah, we've done a naked show, you and I, but I mean, your body's changed in the 12 years.
Yeah.
They've gone a lot more south, both
They've
literally
caved in.
Yeah, and figuratively.
Yes.
Timmy, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most comfortable, 1 being least comfortable, how comfortable are you with a naked show?
Somewhere between 8 and 9.
Okay.
So you'd get naked.
Yeah, whatever.
And sit on my lap. Right
Sure.
here.
If that's what the show
Your
calls
bare
for.
bottom right there, boy.
Just say bare bottom. How'd you make it worse, man?
I try.
I wonder what the average American, folks listening to the show right now, going to work, how comfortable on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most comfortable they would be being naked in front of their coworkers.
Well, most women have body issues, right?
Men. Well, we're also finding that most men have body issues.
But I think you could shame a guy into taking his clothes off.
Did you hear what you just said?
I know, but it makes sense to me. I think you could shame a guy to stripping where women are not taking their clothes off.
All right, I'm going to disagree with you here, and we're going
That
to
usually takes 4 or 5 cocktails.
We're going to base it on what you brought up, the naked show that we did, because there were 4 of us in the room that day. One man refused to get naked.
Well, he was Christian.
Okay, but what? Yeah, Adam and Eve were born into this world naked.
But he believed that God made his body to be ashamed of. And the second guy had issues too.
Okay.
He also wasn't taking. He took half his clothes off, and he took off the wrong half.
Yeah, you're right.
He took off his pants.
But the point I'm getting at here is you tried to bully everyone into getting naked, and it didn't work. No, so your statement that you could bully men into getting naked, it was just 4 dudes. The windows were blocked out, and 2 of them wouldn't do it. So don't sit here and be like, guys hang brain, no props, 24/7.
He was very comfortable that day.
Like, okay, so we work with, in the mornings, like in this building, 3 other guys, right? So on the air right now, Moose, Spazzano, and Bo Jackson down on the country station. Do you think any of those 3 men would be comfortable walking around naked if it was just the dudes in the room or in the building?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, one.
Who?
Moose.
Spazzano.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say Spazzano?
In order to, like, fit in.
Okay.
Like,
all right. I think, I mean, the older you are, the more comfortable you are being naked
you just
around.
don't care, man.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like
you realize, man, nobody cares what you look like.
Exactly. Either guy who plays sports or guy who's getting older are the most likely to be like, yeah, I'll hang brain. I don't care. We're here, check out.
Yeah.
Right? Do you judge guys who are self-conscious about being naked?
Yeah, because we picked on Danny when he wouldn't take his clothes off.
But why?
I don't know.
You want to think about it for a second?
I don't know. I guess it pissed me off. Like,
why?
What do you think's gonna happen? Just take your clothes off.
But he's obviously uncomfortable. I mean,
being part of the team, he wasn't doing what the rest of the team was doing.
Okay, but you guys are like arguing you should be pressured into being uncomfortable naked.
Unless listen, God forbid something traumatic happened to the kid.
I understand.
But he never really brought that up.
Well, why would he? Well, why would he not bring it up to a sensitive soul like you?
Because the other guy did bring it up.
And again, I mean, look, like
I didn't ask. He just brought it up.
Look, I kind of feel the way you do, where it's like, why aren't you comfortable getting naked? But like you said, there's 1,000 things that could have happened in somebody's background where they don't want to do it. It's just weird how we have this thought, like, well, we're getting naked. Why don't you want to get naked?
You should conform to be a nudist.
And even if, he just wanted to not get naked because he's got body issues, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, it's your body. You should be proud of your body.
Some people are proud of their body. You mean you're proud of
Show it to me.
Like you
Take it off.
Seriously, you sound like every seedy strip club owner.
I want to see you. Hey, stand over here and turn around for me, darling.
252.
Bare bottom right here, boy.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Our air conditioning in the studio is broken. We're currently at 80 degrees, and how this normally goes.
We're going to climb.
Yes. We're going to be up between 85 and 90 as the show goes on because of all. And like Kimmy's not here. Right? No woman in the room.
Right.
So if we wanted to, we can go shirtless. We can get naked. We would be totally fine. Tommy is refusing. And that's the funniest part here. Timmy and I are both like, naked, let's go. And you're the one, Mr. Hey, we'll get naked, that's fighting the naked show.
Yeah, I just don't want to be sweaty because when we did it the last time, it wasn't hot.
Everybody won't get naked. You're a sissy. I don't want to get naked, but I'm tough. I'm tough, not naked guy. I have my not naked reasons.
I don't want to be sticky in a chair, man.
Okay, man, we can put a towel down.
Where are we getting a towel?
I'll find a
there ain't
towel.
no damn towel in this place.
Got paper towels upstairs.
We don't even have toilet paper.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, my dad used to shower at Kodak before he left and came home. All those guys were comfortable being naked around each other. Is that something that doesn't happen anymore? What job would you shower at after? No.
I don't know. But I have more questions for you, Daddy. I'm going to be late, honey. I got to go shower with the boys.
Was that a common thing back in the day? Were there lots of showering jobs?
Not that I knew of.
Well, no. Like, okay, so for example, I've talked about this before. My jeez, it's 80 degrees. My grandmother worked getting the silver out of the film at Kodak. And my dad used to tell me stories when I was a kid. She would come home just coated in whatever chemical she was working in, right? So I'm guessing there were lots of people who worked with chemicals at Kodak that wanted to scrub that stuff off before they went home.
So when CMF had their offices in Henrietta, one of the bathrooms had a shower.
Seriously?
Yeah, and people used it all the time.
I would absolutely use work shower.
Yeah. Like some guys would, ride their bikes to work and stuff like that, and then they would just take a shower.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Should we bring
back?
It's
kind of weird, though, because you got to bring all your stuff to work, though.
Well, just bring a gym bag.
You have a towel and everything. You got to take a wet towel home.
Yeah, you just put it in a bag. I mean, you're describing what people do at the gym.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Got to take a wet towel home. You're such a sissy.
The thing's going to stink in a bag all day.
I don't want to take a wet towel. You can go outside and you can hang it somewhere. Hang it out your window.
In Henrietta.
Why not?
You have the town board on your ass in 5 minutes.
It's not Pittsford, man. Excuse me, there's a no towel ordinance hanging out the window.
This ain't the Bronx in the 30s.
If there was a shower here, I would use that shower every single day.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, it would be gross.
Yeah.
Because they don't take care of crap around here.
What are you
talking
talking
about?
about?
The shower would look like?
Tell me, we're sitting here in 80-degree weather because the air conditioner's not working.
Broken equipment. It took them a month to fix the urinal upstairs.
Well, it's because I was showering in it.
Yes.
No, man. Like I'm going to go a step further. If work shower was a thing, I think more people would be willing to go back into the office.
Okay.
Think about all the possibilities you could have. Like if you're someone that wants to like get a run in at lunchtime, right?
I don't think many women would want a work shower. I guess maybe guys would. I can't imagine many women want to do that.
Okay, so I used to be like you. I was once like you.
You think women want to be scrubbing their giners at work?
I don't know if that
scrub the muff before you hit it.
You gonna try and rhyme that? You just ran out of space. Did you run out? It was a plane that ran out of runway, and you've now slid off the runway. No, I used to think like you, but then we talked to Kimmy like 2 weeks ago. We were talking about women at the gym. I forget why, and she said that women walk around naked in the gym all the time.
But at work, it's a different situation.
Maybe we've underestimated how willing women are to get naked in certain places. Just not around us.
Well, that's good.
No, well, not for us. Back in the day, obviously, we're now happily married men. God. Now, I don't know, man. Like, there is just something about inside heat that will ruin everything you're trying to do.
Well, it makes you lethargic.
Yes, and like your brain stops working, and you feel like a sissy, but you don't want to let it on, let you that you're being a sissy. Because like if we didn't do this radio show, I would not have said to either of you guys that I was uncomfortable with the heat in the room right now. Yeah, I don't want to look like a bitch.
So I had my first father-in-law, super cheap, like tight-ass jerk, right? And in South Florida, they had central AC and he wouldn't turn it on. So when I first started dating my first wife, I would go over to the house. The guy had one of those box fans.
Yeah.
He'd sit it on a chair on his couch, and he would sit there in red shorts, a tank top, and white socks. You could see his nutsack. Oh. And he would drink a water glass of martinis and just sit there and claim it wasn't hot. And he would not turn the air on in Florida, and it's June.
Okay, yeah, F that, man.
It's like the Philippines.
Okay.
But there are certain people that they're just so tight, they don't care. They'll sweat, but they won't spend.
But how much is it to run? Like, in all seriousness.
The guy had it. That's the thing. The guy had money.
Timmy, could you Google what it costs to run air conditioning for one day, like per day?
Yeah.
Because, like, if it's less than like $1, which it's got to be less than $1.
Well, it depends on what size your house is.
Okay, stop throwing variables in average house. I don't care. Shut up.
Right, your average American home.
Look, man, we've been on the air for 13 minutes, and I already hate you because it's so hot, right? Just get naked, and let's just get naked together.
So you think it costs $1 a day to run your AC?
No, I don't. I have no idea, but I'm saying if it's under $1, shut up and run the AC.
Would you do it for $10?
$10 a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be
Well,
hot.
you're only going to turn it on for a day. It's not going to be that hot tomorrow.
Keep going.
$3.60.
$3.60 a day.
That's a deal.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like your dad, where like it's $3 a day. Like, shut up, old man. It's $3.60.
That's like the price of a Frappuccino. You can have air conditioning.
Yeah, but think about that. Times
no
three.
Frappuccino.
That's $100 a month. Air conditioning. Yeah. That's a lot of money.
I'll spend it.
No, I will too. But it's more.
I cannot sweat when I'm trying to sleep.
Oh no, can you? Because you're the one that tells me I'm little. I don't get hot. You're big and scary and hairy and fat. And
I can't be sticky in bed.
Look up. No.
No sticky in bed. Make that work.
I won't. It's too hot. Let's leave your poor mother out of this. We got a dynamite.
My mother made me sticky in bed.
Where's Dr. Seuss?
Well, we were in the South.
We got a dynamite. We're going to die of heat stroke during the show. Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, as the weather gets hotter, the crime cranks up.
Oh, yeah.
And the problem the last couple of years in the greater Rochester area has been what to do with kids that commit crime.
Get out and stretch your crime legs.
The 14, 15, 16-year-old kids that are old enough to know better, but too young to be treated as adults.
Okay.
And a village in our area has had an issue with 2 specific teenage kids. They have now done what a lot of people in the greater Rochester area have called for. Not punishing the kids, but the folks that are responsible for the kids. And to all of the folks who have been arguing, you have to punish the parents and guardians to get through to these kids and make the crime stop.
To be a parent to your child?
Yeah. Once you see the actual implementation of this, I want to know if you still think it's a good idea. Because in theory, it's logical.
Turn the heat up.
When you read what happened, maybe not.
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, talking about the weather. How about a nice summer ride?
Ooh, a summer ride.
Well, there are trendy cars that show up every once in a while. It used to be like whatever the new Corvette, stuff like that.
Convertibles,
yeah. Hot stuff like that. But the new hot truck, at least one that has people talking. You've seen the Cybertruck?
Is that weird looking thing? Like it has like weird angles to it?
Yep, made by Tesla.
Yeah.
So I saw one on Friday here in Rochester.
I've never seen one out and about.
Neither had I, driving down 390. I mean, it's kind of goofy looking, but they're facing a little bit of a crisis.
The Tesla truck?
Yes.
Is it driverless?
No, you got a driver. I don't know the answer to that question. But an issue that they said they fixed has
running over grandmas.
has caused what might be the funniest series of videos in the history of social media. And we'll get to it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So here's the thing.
What's that?
You can forgive people for being super excited about something new and trendy.
Okay.
But the more expensive these trendy things get, the crazier it is that folks are willing to defend it at all costs.
Yeah.
And one major new expensive trendy product has people so willing to prove they didn't make a mistake that they are injuring themselves, videotaping it, and posting it on the internet.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy, as far as we know, on vacation one more day. We think one more day, right, Timmy?
That is the knowledge that I have obtained.
Okay.
She's heading home.
Oh, you texted her this weekend?
No.
Oh, so you didn't obtain anything, you idiot. Terrible time, Timmy. Filling it for Kimmy, doing a great job. Just after 6:45, if you live on Batavia, there's a contest that you can join with your animal.
Your animal.
And the idea of this contest sounds cute in theory. When it's put into practice, I don't know anyone who would want to win this contest.
But any animal?
Yes, it sounds like it. A pet of yours.
Okay, but not just your standard.
I don't think so. There's no rules that
Bring
say
them all
it.
down.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. There's a new viral craze that has people hurting themselves and then pretending they didn't hurt themselves.
What's that?
All right, so it involves Tesla's Cybertruck. You guys are familiar with this
That's
thing.
like the Ford F-150, a truck.
If you have not seen the Cybertruck, you live under a rock, Google it really quick.
It looks like a space-age truck.
You got it. And it's electric.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk Tesla has put this thing together, and it's been like widely anticipated to change the game of how trucks work.
Yeah.
Back in early April, a story broke that the trunk to the Cybertruck, which is automatic, could chop your fingers off if it were to close your hand in the door.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. So like normal.
Like it doesn't have a sensor to say, hey, stop?
So it does, but it has to be a really hard thing in the back. Like a set of skis will stop it. Apparently.
Your hand doesn't?
Would not. So they did tests with like sausages and carrots, and every time, chop, 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 chop. And apparently the difference between this car and the cars we know is, you know that like rubber stuff that's inside?
Yeah. It's like a gasket.
So if, from what I understand, and if I'm wrong, 252 WCMF, some cars have sensors in that rubber where if they sense it's pressing down on your finger, it'll stop.
Okay.
Whereas
That's a good thing.
Yeah, whereas the Cybertruck apparently did not have that.
So of all the technology, they didn't put that in it.
I guess not.
All right.
But that's...
But if you're loading in your sausages, you're fine.
So this became a massive PR problem for Tesla, and they had to do something about it. So apparently, they updated the software, and now they say, no problem, super safe.
Okay.
And over the last couple of days, Cybertruck owners have been testing out online. Well, to prove, Tommy, that this is now safe.
I put my damn hand in there.
They are taking videos of themselves closing the Cybertrunk on their fingers to see what happens. The good news is, Tommy, their fingers are not coming off.
So they're not losing. Okay.
No. The bad news, however, it obviously still hurts like a bitch, because this is one Cybertruck owner testing what happens when he puts his finger in the trunk and closes it.
Everybody's been waiting for this, the finger. Without further ado, I feared for my finger for a second, not gonna lie. That's kind of bad, and you can see my finger is shaking. It kind of locked down on it, and I was a little bit freaked out because I didn't know how to open it up. I was kind of trapped. Luckily, it detected resistance for a little bit and opened. While the new Cybertruck update does protect your banana.
What an idiot, man.
Like the noise, the almost inaudible noise. Like, and here's the thing.
Yeah.
The audio we just played you, he is the most honest of the videos that have showed up for over the weekend, because there are others that straight up get their hands stuck in this trunk, and they're trying
they can't get it out?
And no, like there's one video I saw, he's trying to play it off like it's no big deal, but his hand is stuck, and he's saying open, which, does that open the truck when you say open?
Apparently not.
Okay. He's going, open. You can hear the panic in his voice.
I think that only works for genies in a bottle.
But afterwards, he's like, see, no big deal. Like, bro, I heard the pain and panic in your voice. Why are you doing this?
Open.
And you know what this comes down to?
What?
Okay, so Cybertrucks, Tommy, are very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
They start at $81,000.
God damn.
They can get up to $102,000 depending on what you put in it. If you spent anywhere between 80 and 100 grand on a truck.
On a truck.
Yeah, that nobody's driven around before.
All right.
You don't want to look like an idiot for buying something that's going to take your hand off.
True.
Or have other problems, right? But I've never seen I don't want to look like an idiot for spending money pushed to the point where guys are willing to hurt their hands in a trunk to not look stupid, which is making you look 10 times more stupid.
Yes. Because you're going to do this to convince your wife, like the truck's safe, right? And you're going to take her out there and do this in front of her.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about kids, man. You bring up a great
Right.
point.
So,
right?
honey, here's the thing. That damn truck bit me.
I would even understand if you did it in front of your wife or your girlfriend or your partner or whoever, right? Like that. To film it on the internet.
Yes.
Watch the video back. See your reaction and go, you know what? I'm going to post this anyway to prove that the Cybertruck you're a moron.
Yeah.
You're a moron.
Because you're just going to get lit up.
Like the fight for self-preservation is powerful in a human being.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right? And I'm talking about your body, like not wanting to die.
Yeah.
It feels like, Tommy, the preservation of your reputation might also be just as strong.
Well, because that's also what's getting crushed in the moment.
Okay, but
right?
like you're hurting yourself.
Yes.
You are. Why are you closing your hand in a door? Why are you closing your hand in a door?
You know what they say?
What's that?
Don't put your finger where you wouldn't put your pecker.
252 WCMF 252.
Oh, the pecker challenge. That would be hysterical.
I mean, like, if you really believe in the technology.
Bone up, buddy.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep it all straight up.
I don't think anybody could.
As I watch that.
If you can, you're the man.
If I watch that trunk slowly come down on the tip of my penis.
And you can maintain, you're the man.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Tesla's Cybertruck. There was an issue, at least according to a couple articles, that the trunk, if it closed automatically, could take people's fingers off. And you can watch videos of the trunk a couple of months ago taking off carrots and sausages and bananas and blah, 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 blah. They fixed it, apparently, and folks who own Cybertrucks have rushed to the internet showing you what happens when you now stick your hand in the trunk. And here's the thing. It won't cut off your fingers, but it's still super painful. And again, you can hear it in this audio of a man trying to prove how safe the Cybertruck is now by sticking his finger while he closes the trunk in the Cybertruck.
Everybody's been waiting for this. The finger. Without further ado. I feared for my finger for a second.
I feared for my finger.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Oh, why is my mouse not working? Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Yes, you're missing the extra cost of like $25,000 to get your finger sewn back on by a surgeon.
So
I wouldn't buy one of them trucks.
So 80 to 120 plus the 25 grand to put your finger back on.
Yeah, I would not buy one of them. So that's dumb.
Okay, so Petey, now let me ask you a question because look, we are not mechanically inclined. Are you
that truck folk?
Yeah, are you a car guy, Petey?
I'm not a car guy, but if it doesn't sense your finger, you're going to get it cut off, and then you're going to have to put it on ice and run to the hospital. Why would you? People are dumb.
All right.
People are stupid.
Great call, Petey. Great call. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. There goes Pete.
I'm not a car guy, but people are dumb.
People are dumb people. You know, I will say this, having seen one on 390, and I don't know who in town owns this Cybertruck, right?
No kidding.
I don't know what it's like to drive one. I don't know what the problems are like with it. It is a showstopper. Like, I stopped everything I was doing.
Well, it doesn't even look... it doesn't look cool. It just looks different.
Yeah, no, you nailed it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't go like, man, that looks really cool. That just looks really odd.
But I had to stop and look.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm on 390 doing 60, and it was wildly dangerous, but he's coming the other way. I was just like, wow.
It looks like one of those things they show you at a car and truck show that they're never actually going to build.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the truck of the future. It'll never show up.
Maybe that would have been a good idea, and people would have been losing fingers. Now, by the way, I don't know if anyone actually lost a finger in the trunk.
But many sausages were hurt.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah. So is this just me, or does every Tesla owner sound like the scientist from The Simpsons?
Bro, all the Tesla owners sound like you. Every video I heard, they sound like you.
Yeah, some nasally douche.
That's funny, because I will never own a Tesla. I hate those cars.
Why? What's wrong? Okay, so again, I'm naive to this stuff. Why no Tesla for you?
Well, I'm not really into the whole electric car thing. There are some that I do like, but I don't buy into the whole thing. And then also, from the people that I know have actually sat in them, the build quality is absolute crap.
Okay, so that's been another complaint?
What's that?
Is that the craftsmanship of the cars is not fantastic?
Yeah.
Also, you can't take them through a car wash, from what I understand, Ben?
Can't get them wet.
That I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean...
Ben, thanks for the call.
And also,
sorry, go ahead.
one last thing.
Sure.
The other thing, I'll never buy a Tesla truck because I don't want to get my tongue stuck in that thing. Come on, I set it up perfect. Come on, man.
Yeah, we needed help.
Yeah, this is a two-man This is an AB comedy team. Why don't you see your way out of it, Ben?
Oh, okay. That's original.
Bye, Ben.
I'll see you guys.
Bye.
Please hurt my mouth. I'm begging you to hurt my mouth.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. So we had talked about, the reputation after you spend a bunch of money. Because even, the Tesla electric cars are not inexpensive.
No, they're all pretty expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it comes down, the reputation you have when you spend that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
This comes in from Dave. Dave says, I drive a Tesla. The complaints about everything you've seen are overblown. It's a quality car. I enjoy it. I save a ton of money on gas. It just sounds like haters that can't afford to drive a Tesla that have a problem with these things.
Okay.
So there's a lot of people that...
Yes.
And I also read from people that bought Teslas that weren't happy with the Teslas. I don't know. I don't know.
So we got one guy here that parks, but he has two cars here.
How do you know?
Because I've seen him get into the other car.
Okay, now you're getting weird.
Well, because he's out there every day when I leave.
I'm watching this guy got two cars.
Bro, it freaked me out because he's...
Why don't you get naked? Come sit on Daddy's lap.
No, put your bare Tesla bottom right here.
Thank you.
But he'll park and plug, and then he'll go into the other car and leave.
Oh.
So I'm going, but that car got gas, man.
But that car got gas.
Isn't that kind of like zeroing out what you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I guess
here?
you're right? Like you're all, yeah.
And it's a big-ass, nice car.
Okay.
It ain't some, like, puny little car.
All right, so then he's driving a Tesla for, what's the word I'm looking for? Cloud's sake?
I guess.
I got a Tesla.
Unless one ain't hit. I don't know.
It is going to be interesting to watch because, you and I have only known the gas car world, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just Tesla doing electric cars now. Every major car company.
They got one.
And they're they don't only have one. They're starting to mass produce them on a regular basis. In fact, there was a story a couple weeks ago about how Tesla squandered the lead that they had, and these other cars may actually be better quality, right? How long are we before the majority of cars on the road are electric cars?
It's got to be a while still, man.
Technology.
Like to weed them all out, weed out gas.
Well, no, the majority. Like, you buy a new car, now it's now you have an electric car.
Okay. Maybe. But people got to want them. You know what I'm saying? Like they're saying like people ain't buying them.
Well, you say people got to want them. Let's talk to Mark. He's on CMF. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I ordered the Cybertruck like 3 years ago. Still haven't gotten it.
Wait, you're on the wait list?
3 years?
3 years.
Okay.
Yep. And I called them, and they said they can't give me a date when I might get it.
All right, well, the good news is you're going to have more time with your fingers, Mark. You got that going for you.
There you go. I never thought about that.
Why would you wait 3 years for a car?
Well, I've got other trucks, so it's no big deal. So I thought it would be interesting to get one. So I'm just kind of just waiting.
Okay, so Mark, when you bought this, it was just a concept, or when you got on the wait list, right? Like it was just an idea; it hadn't been produced yet.
Yeah, it's just they just came out with the prototype, and I thought, well, that looks really cool, and it was like over 400 miles for the charge. I thought, well, that might work.
Okay.
And I was kind of into maybe getting an electric vehicle back then, so I'm just waiting.
All right, so let me ask you this, Mark, because, you get all excited, then you see, the PR has not been great to Tesla the last couple of months. If they gave you an opportunity to get it, they'll go, hey, you can have the truck, or we'll let you out of this totally for free. Do you still want the truck today?
Yeah, I would get it.
Mark said.
Man, I'm bailing.
Yeah?
I'm not waiting 3 years for a car, man.
We've got a hockey buddy who's been on the wait list since August of 2019.
If other vehicles to drive, it's not a big deal. You just kind of, okay, if I get it, I get it. We'll see what happens.
All right, well, Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. 2019, 5 years?
Yeah, whenever the first press release came out, like the ability to drop a deposit on it, like we were in the bar after hockey one night, and he put the deposit on the vehicle in the bar next to all
We
of
don't
us.
know people that successul.
One.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to drop that much bank, even if I had it, on new technology that they haven't tweaked yet.
It didn't even exist yet. It was just literally just an idea.
I'm with you on that, man.
I'm a Delta Sonic, and all of a sudden I'm shooting sparks like it's 4th of July. With those guys trying to tell me off.
But here's the thing. The wait list for electric cars is not unique just to Tesla. For example, Volkswagen is working on an electric version of the old VW bus. Brand new.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the hippie bug.
And there are wait lists for that right now.
Yeah, I thought they had this stuff. I thought they were cranking these things out.
It's all about the range and how big the vehicle can get, from what I understand. Again, I'm not a car person.
Gotta have those cyber chips, too, or low on those.
What?
The chip.
Oh, right.
The cyber chip.
I thought you meant like
and
bags
the
of
AI.
chips that like Elon Musk was selling to eat inside your Tesla. Cyber chips. Let's take a break. This is a cute idea.
All right.
And in theory, it's going to be a lot of fun for everybody.
Oh, great.
Except for the person who wins this. Because I don't think they thought this all the way through.
They never do.
Well, Tommy, like, this is an insult that people use to people.
This is this contest you're talking
Well,
about?
the contest itself is not an insult, but like if I were to insult you and go, you look like a blank, people would be like, oh my God. But they're fighting to be this now.
Okay.
We'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. People love their animals, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
And folks like you see them no different as people like I see our actual children.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something happening in Batavia. It's a little bit strange.
The fur parents coming out?
Yeah, well, look, even though people have had this theory for years, it still feels like an insult if I were to say this about you right to your face. In fact, there is a standard insult that people say to each other's faces that folks will be fighting to be crowned with this title.
To get this title.
Yes.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. We're on just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, crime the last couple of years by underage kids has gotten out of control.
Sure.
It's out of control.
Running wild.
But the problem is you can't punish kids under 18 like you can adults.
Yeah.
So what do? There's been a big argument that if you punish the parents and guardians, that'll make the crime go away.
Mm-hmm.
And in theory, you understand where someone's coming from. Well, one village in our area has done just that.
Ooh, they're going to turn the heat up on Mama?
Kind of. And when you see how this is enacted, to all of the people that argued you should punish the parents or guardians, I want to know if you still feel that way.
Okay.
After we tell you the story. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Big old contest happening for all you pet lovers out in the greater Batavia area.
What is it?
The Batavia Daily News is having a you and your pet look-alike contest.
Okay.
You submit a picture of you and your pet to their website. It gets voted on, and you win a prize if you get the most votes. Now, just a heads up, it's only for folks in Genesee, Livingston, Orleans, and Wyoming counties. So
no cheating.
Yeah, and there's no you city folks. If you look like your pet,
all right,
someone else to show off. Do you want to look like your pet?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because there is that old belief, Tommy, that eventually dogs and owners start to look the same. And it is funny when you see it.
Yeah.
Right? But you would never look at someone in their face and say, you look just like your dog. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Timmy, that would be an insult.
Yeah, it's not a compliment.
Especially to a woman.
Yes.
What's the prize, though? Maybe it's worth it.
I don't know. Biscuits. No, you look like a dog is a standard horrible insult.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, right? Right? And every time you tell someone they look like a dog, it's never in a good context. There is no context in which someone could be a dog and it's a positive thing. You've never heard the expression, cute as a dog.
Yes.
Right?
Especially if you've got one of them dogs where you really don't want to look like that dog.
For example.
Like them smushed-in face dogs.
Oh, those are kind of cute. Shar-Pei.
Yeah, but you don't want to look like that. That's the wrinkly dog.
Yeah, Shar-Pei.
But what's the pug?
Do you think you just did it? Is that pug? Pushed in face?
Pushed in face is the pug.
Is that the pug?
Looks like they ran into a wall over and over. Yeah. Hey, you look like a pug, man.
Now, by the way, the contest is not open just to dog owners, but all pet owners. But even there, what pet could a person look like that you would take as a compliment? Is there a sexy animal that you would take as a compliment if somebody said, you look like that animal? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Sexy animal.
Well, I'm not sexy, I guess, just like
beautiful animal.
Handsome or beautiful.
Well, people think like a horse is a beautiful animal.
Horse
right?
face? Yeah, we never heard that as an insult.
Yeah, how would you describe her? Oh, man, she has got a smoking hot horse face. Horse face Annie, man. She tear up the town on Saturday night.
Horse face Annie?
Somebody's going to win this contest with a pig.
Pig face? Well, okay, that would be
pig face is horrible, man.
But that would be funny for a guy. Like a middle-aged guy that looks like his pig is funny.
Like Porky Pig.
Yeah.
But what if your old lady looks like Porky Pig,
well,
man?
you would have to submit the photo, and no husband's doing that. Right. My wife looks like our pig.
But what if she's holding the pig like all happy?
What?
I look
Suicidal husband would submit a picture of his wife and their pet pig and go, they look alike.
You look like Mr. Bacon Strip.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about what animal you would want to look like, which one of your pets? It ain't cat, right?
Well, a cat, no.
Sexy cat?
No.
I want to have sex with that cat. It's definitely not lizard.
No, any reptile's gross.
Bird's no good. There's not like a sexy. Although, if you had like a bald eagle, I guess you could be a handsome, distinguished.
Yeah, but you can't own a bald eagle,
okay,
so you're out there.
You're out there, yeah. You don't want to look like a ferret or a guinea pig.
No. Again, ugly. There's no, it's horse. And again, you got a horse face.
You don't want to be a horse.
Right.
Timmy, anything.
Fox?
But
it's not really a pet, though.
Would you have a pet fox?
Foxy lady.
Okay, yeah, so fox is the one animal where it's like, that's a compliment. She's a fox.
Oh, she's so foxy.
Yeah. Is
she
that
lives
the only...
outside, and she eats chickens. Foxy lady.
All right, let me ask you this.
She may be rabid.
I'll take a rabbit lady in the sack. High fives, bros. It's so hot in here right now.
Yeah, this is not comfortable.
81 degrees, the AC is broken. We're sorry for the show you're getting today. All right, so with this Batavia Daily News contest, look like your animal contest, who looks like the most, how, Tommy, would you react if someone said you looked like your dog? Like you're walking down the canal, you got your little terrier, right? Some woman stops you and goes, I have to tell you, that dog is a perfect dog for you because you two look so much alike.
Yeah, you'd be insulted.
Would you be?
Yeah.
But you think that your little girl's adorable.
For a dog. I don't look like. I mean, it would be insulting, right?
So you would tell that woman, like, what's your problem?
No, I wouldn't say
You just
that.
take it. Okay. All right.
But, yeah.
I find it weird how you come in here and you talk about how cute Lily
she's
is
adorable.
all the time. She's a bad. Let me talk about what you did today. Let me talk about what you did today. And you know that there are pet owners who end up looking just like their pets.
Yes.
Fair?
Yeah.
Right? But you would take it as an insult.
I think so.
Okay. Timmy, you don't have a dog that you live with?
Correct.
You have parental right visitation of a
yeah,
dog?
yeah.
Would you be insulted if someone said what kind of dog is
It's
it?
a French bulldog, so yeah, it would be pretty bad.
A cute dog.
Yeah, not a cute
Adorable
human.
dog.
No, but I would make the argument the bulldog looks better than Timmy does.
The French bulldog?
Yeah.
And
Is that
that's fine.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
At least the bulldog's European.
Yeah. And probably has more income.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Ladies getting in early. Rachel writes us, this is dumb. Most people want to look like their pets. You see people dressing their pet and themselves in matching outfits all the time.
I mean, they do that to be ironic. I don't think they mean it.
I don't know if ironic was the word you were looking for there.
Be silly?
Okay, that's better.
What's ironic?
Not that.
God.
I don't know what
That
the
straightened me out.
I'm not entirely sure what the definition of ironic
Thanks for
is.
sending me on my way.
But I know it's not that. I am just slightly less stupid than
Isn't
you
it
are.
ironic?
Don't you think? By the way, fun fact, none of the things in that song were actually ironic.
And nobody told her before she wrote it?
Nobody knows what ironic means, man.
I guess.
All right, let's say your wife bought you and Lily matching Hawaiian shirts for the summertime.
Yeah.
You wearing them?
Of course. For a walk?
Yeah.
No. I look like an idiot,
Whoa,
man.
whoa,
I don't
whoa.
want to be that guy.
What are you talking about?
I'm that matching guy.
Okay, no, you don't. You said you don't like to match with your wife.
I don't like to match with anybody.
So you don't want to match with the dog?
No.
Timmy, would you wear matching clothing with your
Absolutely
friends?
not.
Okay.
Like if I came in here today and you both had on sport coats, I'd be pissed.
Are you serious?
I'm a sport coat guy.
You know, in a grand scheme to make money, the sport coat industry has produced more than one sport coat.
I know.
You don't have a monopoly on sport coats.
But we look like a horrible boy band.
Did you call yourself sport coat guy? I'm
Yeah.
sport coat guy?
Yes.
Worst superhero of all time? Is it Batman? No, sport coat guy, and he's down.
He just shows up at catered events.
By the way, there are companies that will make you and your dog the same shirt.
I'm sure.
Like you can Google it. Like it'll make it a dog size one and like a person size
I mean,
one.
Instagram is full of this stuff.
It is ridiculous. So that tells me, I mean, to Rachel's point here, maybe it is more popular than we think, and maybe looking like your animal wouldn't be an insult.
Okay.
Although I got a basset hound, I would take that as a huge insult.
Yeah, because that looks like an old man. Like, I would be probably closer to looking at your basset hound because I have old man face.
Yeah, that's why I think we get along so
Yeah.
well. It's because it's like I'm at home and Biscuit's sitting on my lap. Why don't you come put your bare buns on my lap? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The weird giggle you're hearing, terrible time Timmy. Still in for Kimmy. Last day this morning. She comes back from California tomorrow. We're talking about this story. The Batavia Daily News are running a contest. The look like you and your pet look-alike contest. You submit a picture of you and your pet to their website. Folks vote on it. You get a prize if you get the most votes. But why would you want to be declared the person who looks the most like their animal? What animal do you? I'm looking at you trying to figure out what animal you look the most like. And it's obviously some sort of lizard.
Okay.
I mean, there are some
Like the
good...
gecko?
Yeah, like geckos are cute.
Well, they're bug-eyed. And I'm bug-eyed.
Yeah. And I mean...
And my head's larger than my body, which most lizards are.
Yes.
All right.
But the gecko lizard,
Adorable.
It's a cute lizard, right?
Yeah,
Like,
well, that one is because it's a cartoon.
no, but that's what I'm saying. If somebody said you look like the gecko lizard, that's not a huge insult.
You're a lizard.
Well, bro, I mean, like...
It's not the greatest thing.
Whether or not you're a lizard, it doesn't change the fact that you kind of look like a lizard,
And
right?
nobody likes lizards, really.
People love the gecko lizard.
They like that one because
Okay.
it's not biting them.
No, and they're...
Or under a rock they just picked up.
No, there are people that have lizards as pets. People like lizards.
Yeah, those are weird. I also don't like those
I know
people
you
very
don't like
much.
those people. Okay.
And I have reptile people in my family that creep me out.
All right, so it's decided. But this is a bad idea, but here's the thing. There are going to be hundreds of people that submit their pictures.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the caveats of it is, like you guys just said, they're gonna dress them up. They're gonna be like it'll be like a couple's costume kind of thing.
Okay.
And that's dumb as hell, but congrats on the price.
Okay, look, Timmy, I know. Don't you take the bulldog to like your softball or the softball games and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I don't want to sound like a dick here because I love you, buddy.
That's fine.
What does he do?
Well, it's hard for someone to sit here and be like, dress it up like your dog is stupid. I'm gonna go to my parents' house, get my dog, and bring it to the softball game.
My mom goes to the games too.
Okay.
Why do you bring the dog to the softball game?
Gets him out of the house.
So does the front door.
Yeah, and then he runs away. You gotta have him like
All right.
maintained.
Okay, just real quick, just not to get off topic. Your mom comes to your softball games?
Yeah. Gets her out of the house too.
Okay.
She's got a front door.
Yeah, and it takes her to the softball field.
Will she run away too if you let her out?
She's tried.
If you had Timmy as a son, wouldn't you?
That I get.
Were you 36 years old? Your mom comes to your beer league softball games?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so cool, man.
Thanks.
It's great that you guys have that relationship.
Opening days tomorrow. You guys want to come?
No.
Okay.
I got a lot going
Every
on.
once in a while, I get reminded I'm glad my mother's dead.
Dear God, man.
Well, I don't have to deal with stuff like that.
Too far. It doesn't sound like he's upset about it. It sounds like he's happy she's there cheering him on. All right. We'll take a break.
Okay.
Well, your mother's dead, so she doesn't have to hear any of the terrible stuff you do.
Right.
But for folks that have teenage kids, 14, 15, 16 years old, that are going to follow the law,
They're wild.
yeah, it can be hard to know what to do. And there are some parents who just plumb don't care, Tommy. And
Yeah.
that's the argument that folks make when they say, we can't punish these kids that are underage because the law won't allow us. We need to take it a step further.
All right.
We got to punish the parents and the guardians of the kids who are causing crime to send a message and make the crime stop.
All right.
And in theory, maybe that's a good idea. Who knows?
Okay.
However, one village in our area has now enacted that idea.
So is this village having a problem with kids?
2 kids specifically.
Oh.
2 individual
All right.
kids.
Are causing this legislation.
Well, no, it's already existing.
Oh, it's there.
And you can do this. It's just police
Nobody
departments,
really-
have not wanted to. When you hear how this has been enacted, all the
Okay.
folks that are pro holding the parents and guardians accountable, I am genuinely curious if you still think this is a good idea. And we'll tell you the story and what town. Next, here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, some people have called for this for years.
Oh.
If the kids don't want to act right, and they're going to keep causing issues,
Yeah.
well, then you punish the parents.
You let them up.
And then they clap their hands together. That's a great idea. Day's done. Well, one town in our area has now put that plan into practice due to 2 specific kids.
They stepping up.
Yes. And here's the thing. You folks that think this is a good idea, and who am I to say it's not?
Yeah.
Right? When you see it actually put into practice, I am genuinely curious if it's the way you thought it was going to happen.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Terrible time, Timmy. His last day behind the board filling in. You've been doing great, buddy.
Fantastic.
I'm melting.
Yeah, it's okay. We're up to 81 degrees. Our air conditioning is broken. And do we decide 85 is when we're taking our shirts off?
It might be 82.
Okay. If there's one person you don't want to see shirtless on a live stream, it's Timmy. With all due respect.
That's fine, man. I've done shows in a diaper before here, so.
And don't forget, he's inked up.
Yeah, real bad. With all due respect.
That's also fine.
All right, so
just trying to be comfortable.
All right, great. Maybe later, shirtless Timmy on the live stream. But we'll get to that later here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story comes to us from Palmyra.
Oh.
And they've had a problem out that way.
What's going on?
Specifically with 2 14-year-old teenage kids. It's a boy and a girl. Authorities say that, at least according to the Palmyra police chief, they've been raising hell, that's a quote, throughout the village.
That are jackassing.
The 2 kids were arrested for 3 charges, including criminal mischief, criminal trespass, and a graffiti charge. Authorities say they've been involved in 10 cases each over the last year.
Wow.
And the frustration from authorities is one we see from regular-ass people, too. Because the pair are minors, they cannot punish the kids the way they think they should be punished. So these kids, they end up back out with no consequence doing more criminal stuff. But it turns out there is a way to punish someone involved in this case. Tommy, there are laws on the books in certain towns, villages, cities, and across New York State to punish parents and guardians that cannot control the kids they're looking after.
Ooh.
And folks out in Palmyra decided to do just that.
So what do they do?
You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. The Palmyra Police Department arrested 61-year-old Heaven and 77-year-old Wanda J. Milner.
These sounds like grandparents.
They are the grandmother and great-grandmother of these 2 kids.
Wait. Oh, the 2 kids?
No, they might be separate.
Okay.
They might be
their grandmother and great-grandmother.
Grandmother and great-grandmother, it seems,
So
based
they
on the
have
charges,
guardianship over
are,
the kids, I
you
guess?
got it, are the guardians
All
of
right.
these 2 14-year-old
Man,
kids.
these poor old ladies.
The pair of senior citizens have been charged with endangering the welfare of a child and failure to exercise control of the minors. So, to these folks that have been arguing we need to punish the parents and guardians of these kids, we did it. We are going to get this dangerous 77-year-old woman off of the streets. This is the first woman ever named Wanda to be arrested in the history of America. Thoughts on this, Tommy?
Oh, I mean...
Well, they did. You can't say you can't. They did. They did it.
But, I mean, she's 77 years old trying to keep track of a 14-year-old kid.
Now, you don't know the details here with the allegations? I don't know. Maybe she's the strongest 77-year-old we've ever seen, and she's just like, screw him. Screw that kid.
I can't imagine. I mean, this is bad.
Is it bad?
Yeah.
Timmy, what do you think?
That's life, man. Let him go.
That's life? What are you, Sinatra now?
That's life. You 77-year-old bag.
Now, I do want to be fair to the Palmyra Police Department.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a quote from the Times of Wayne County. Quote, according to the Palmyra Chief of Police, he is not happy arresting the grandparents, but calls it a last desperate move to rein in those 2 kids.
So these women were like handcuffed and arrested?
No, I don't know. I mean, arrested can mean 1,000 different things. I don't think I would guess they're not going to drag 2 old women out of the house. They could have just arrested them, given them appearance tickets, and they stayed where they were.
Right.
Like, I don't know what the scene was like. Like, yeah, again, let's not paint pictures in our heads of what all this went down.
I thought as a step-grandfather, they can't touch me.
Oh, no, your wife put you as lead guardian just in case something like this happens. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this the right way to get these punk-ass, crime-committing, no-respect-having teens straighten up? Or is punishing the guardians a mistake? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Because I thought maybe the parents would be on the hook for any damages the kid does. Like, let's say they graffiti, they break something. Well, mom and dad are going to have to pay for that.
Oh, what if you don't have the money?
Then they take your property. Well, they can seize your property. They can. They can put a lien on your house.
Okay, for what? For spray paint the town sign? They're going to put a lien on your house?
Well, you ain't got $50 to fix that?
You're going to take my house for $50?
Then pay it.
What are you doing?
Pay it, you son of a bitch.
What is wrong with you?
You chintz-ass parent.
Wait, you were just anti-charge a 77-year-old woman. Now you want to repossess my house over a speeding sign?
Because you won't pay.
Oh, what is that?
You have to pay your bills.
I don't think it changes anything. Like, if these kids are going to be behaving the way they are, what does it mean? If they still don't feel the consequences of it if somebody else is eating it for them.
Well, I mean, I guess the argument would be you're turning up the heat at home. Now this woman at 77 and this other woman at 61, who are the guardians of these two kids, according to the story, are going to say, hey!
Be a parent to your child.
Cut it out.
Yes, which won't work.
What I find interesting about this story is I think it illustrates the problem with the idea of charging parents and guardians because we have an idea of what parenting is based on how we parent and how we were parented. So, right, you have this idea in your head that this is like a parent that is your age or was the age when you had your kids and all this stuff, and they're just neglecting what they're doing here. When the reality is there's a whole bunch of people responsible for kids that are causing problems that maybe can't do anything about it.
I will say this. No man my age can sit here comfortably and say when you were bored over the summer, you didn't do some juvenile delinquent crap.
I mean, yeah.
We all did it.
Here's the thing, though.
Even the sissiest kid at my age had access to fireworks.
No, I understand.
And a coffee can.
Look, I hear you 100%.
Yeah.
It is different with this story because, again, according to authorities, these kids have been arrested 10 separate times in 10 separate incidents. Look, I understand that you got two 14-year-old kids, a boy and a girl, out in the village of Penn Yan causing troubles, and there's nothing you can do because the law won't let you punish them like an adult. I get it. I get that you're in a situation here. But you're charging a 61-year-old grandmother and a 77-year-old great-grandmother with a danger of the welfare of a child and, failure to exercise control of a minor.
And by the way, they may not even have the money to defend themselves. I mean, think about that.
Well, I mean, you may not need a lawyer. It may just be walk in with a town court. But I will ask this question.
Yeah. I mean, she may be busted financially.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I mean, just because of her age.
No, sure. But, I guess the biggest question here in this specific case.
What's that?
What can a 77-year-old woman do to rein in a teenager who's not afraid of the cops?
No.
And for that matter, what can a 30 or 40-year-old parent do to rein in a teenager that's not afraid of the cops? Because there was always that kid growing up. You know that kid.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, we all did stupid stuff. Mm-hmm. There was that one kid that was like,
crazy.
Yes. No fear.
Right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Eileen. Hello, Eileen. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
I'm thinking by arresting them and charging them with endangering the welfare of a child, you're going to get social services involved, and maybe social services can rein these kids in, give them a different housing situation, temporarily, permanent, because it's obvious the grandparents aren't able to rein them in.
Okay, but let's talk about that, Eileen, and you might be right? That's a good way to think here. You're setting a process in motion to try and get these kids help. First off, if we're talking foster care system, Eileen, if you're familiar with it, you know there's a whole bunch of problems in that situation.
Like a charm.
I mean, it's not. Some kids get lucky. Some kids end up in worse situations. And if you want to talk about a reform school, I mean, yes, you're going to have the kids not around for a little while, right? Off causing problems. But Eileen, I mean, does that straighten them out or does it make it worse for the kid down the road? We've seen so many issues over the years with these kids that get put in these situations. It's not a guarantee. It may not even be a likelihood, Eileen.
Right, but
Come on,
you do nothing, you do nothing.
Come on, Eileen.
No, Eileen, and that's the problem here, right? That's the problem, is there's no simple fix.
Yeah.
But it seems like this is not the right way to go about it, in my humble opinion. You're okay with what they're doing here?
I am, because it's not like grandparents are going to go sit in jail. I think it just puts the ball in motion, that's all.
Okay, all right.
To get more services involved and try to stop them before they get killed.
But that's like locking them up, basically.
Yeah, okay. Lock them up.
Kinda.
All
Kitty
right.
lock up.
But, I mean, I'll also ask you this, Eileen. Did you raise kids of your own?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you have a Hellraiser at all?
No.
Because she was a good mother, Tommy. Good mother.
Well, single mother. I worked real hard as a single mother to
I believe it.
get my kids on the right track.
I mean, I guess I ask you this question. I mean, the 77-year-old grandmother, if it's an issue, if she's not wanting to make it a PINS, person in need of supervision situation, or hand over someone to be a ward of the state, right? Like, if this woman wants her great-grandchild in her home because she loves that kid, and now you're going to force the state to come in and take it away, that's a whole other ball of wax, Eileen. Like,
well, But also sometimes grandparents are put in situations because they have no other choice.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So they got the kids because of a situation, maybe.
Because of a situation.
So where are mom and dad in the situation, or aunts and uncles that are of an age that could raise a 14-year-old better than a 77-year-old?
Okay, but what if those people don't exist? I mean, we don't know the family situation here, right? I mean,
they ain't around, or that's not the best option.
You know what I mean?
In my opinion, obviously, grandparents, those two particular grandparents aren't doing a good job, so somebody else needs to step in.
Okay, in your opinion, based on the story that we just told you with few details.
But she was the greatest single mom ever.
Eileen, look, I'm with you 100%. It's complicated. I'm just saying this seems too much of a simple solution.
It doesn't sound like it's going to work either.
Well, I mean, nothing.
Well,
Again.
I think if there was a simple solution, the kids wouldn't be on the streets right now.
Great point. Eileen, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Nobody said streets. They've been arrested 10 times.
Yeah.
You're making it sound like they're the Foot Clan in the Ninja Turtles movie.
Taking it to the streets.
Oh, you don't know me. I'm your great-grandmother. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Penn Yan. Two 14-year-old kids, a boy and a girl, have been, quote, raising hell throughout the village, according to the Palmyra chief of police. They've been arrested. Charges range from criminal mischief, criminal trespass, graffiti charge. They say they've each been arrested in over 10 cases, each, over the last year. And because they can't punish the kids like they would like to try and put them on the straight and narrow, they have exercised the extreme option, one that folks that listen to the show call up all the time with. Why don't you punish the parents and the guardians?
Right.
The Penn Yan Police Department, again, has arrested a 61-year-old grandmother and a 77-year-old great-grandmother who, I guess, according to the story, are the guardians of these kids. They have charged both of these women with endangering the welfare of a child and failure to exercise control of a minor. And again, I do want to be fair to the Palmyra Police Department. I've been saying Palmyra or Penn Yan. It happened in
said both.
Okay, Palmyra. It's happening in Palmyra.
Right.
My fault. According to the Palmyra police chief, quote, they are not happy arresting the grandparents, but calls it a desperate last move to rein in the two kids.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's back against the wall. What's he going to do?
Arrest grandma and great-grandpa. That's what he's going to do. 252 WCMF. Folks have been calling for this, but it does hit a little bit differently when you see it in print.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk to Raul. Hello, Raul. You're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo.
So, my big question for you guys is, do you guys have any information about where the parents are?
No, we don't.
Mom and dad? Or...
No, we don't.
Oh, well, I think the kids are, I don't know. My opinion, these kids are too far gone.
Well, they're 14. They're 14, Raul.
Right, and you haven't met them, Raul.
Well, I understand they're still moldable, but for the grandparents that deal with these kids, I don't know. I feel like the minute the parents were out of the picture, that's it. I mean,
whoa.
I don't know.
All right, hold on, Raul. Let's talk here, buddy. Let's talk.
Raul ain't having it.
Well, look, a strong name like Raul comes with strong opinions, and that's okay. Raul, there were plenty of people listening to this show that were raised by grandparents, aunts, adopted parents, foster parents that turned out just fine. There were also people that were causing all kinds of hell at 14 years old that managed to get back on the straight and narrow thanks to somebody in their life. I mean, to say without a mother or father or at 14 committing these crimes, these kids are too far gone, if that was the case, 3/4 of this country would be on fire right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I made it, Raul. Of course it is.
I just think, I don't know. I just think that the grandparents can't, they just don't have the control over the kids. Okay. And it's not the kids' fault, but I don't know. I just feel like maybe these, certain kids just need a stronger parental figure in the picture, and that it doesn't seem like they have that, and that's why they're running wild. You know what I mean?
Raul, you could call up this, situation and say, hey, look, I could foster these kids and be that strong parental role model.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like I don't know. I think someone needs to step in for these guys, and I don't know. Maybe dealing with the system, and I don't know, finding them some sort of foster parent or something that can step in and do the job a little bit better. I mean, not blaming the grandparents, but
all right. Well, Raul, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We're getting a ton. And look, again,
we're going to get a ton of send them off. Send them off.
It's complicated.
Where?
Well, look, but
Where
that's
send them over there.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And again, this is what makes the story so interesting because there's no easy solution.
No.
And it's one thing to say, hold the parents and guardians responsible. When you see it enacted in a way that you did not anticipate,
right,
and all of a sudden you have to be like, well, it's a good idea, but then, it really illustrates how complicated this whole thing is and the idea of underage kids committing crimes in the first place.
Right.
What do you do with them?
And sometimes when the thing is like put them in these systems that also have kids that are troubled.
Yeah.
Troubled kids get together and they work it out.
You ain't
amongst
kidding.
themselves.
You ain't kidding.
Because that's what happened to me when I went to military school. We all had the same basic story. That we were just a-holes. And we learned from each other how to be better a-holes.
So I had these buddies when I was a kid who lived in Greece, and they played in a basketball league that I played in. They were here was what was weird about it. They were quality people.
Yeah.
They weren't good kids, but they were quality human beings where I was never afraid of them around them. We would laugh. We would have fun. Yeah. There was a level of, how do I put this? Fairness.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Three of those kids ended up at St. Joseph's Villa, across the street from where we used to play basketball at St. Chuck's, right? And I have no idea what happened to those kids. I think one of them passed away in a terrible way.
Okay.
But the point I'm getting at is, when I was 15, 16 years old, I could hang with these kids.
Yeah.
And these kids weren't that different than the kids that I was hanging out with, that as parents looking out for them and kids that were getting good grades. It was just what they chose to do when no one else was around.
Right.
And I'm glad I had that experience with these kids because, I don't know, whenever I see stories like this, and maybe I'm being naive, I think back to those guys. They needed somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, they're at that age.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. A 61-year-old grandmother and 77-year-old great-grandmother who seem to be guardians for these two 14-year-old kids in Palmyra who keep getting arrested, have been arrested themselves for the crimes that their kids, grandkid and great-grandkids, have been committing, charged with endangering the welfare of a child and failure to exercise control of a minor. Folks that have called for punish the parents. Is this what you had in mind? Mark's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Mark, what's up, brother?
Not much. Yourself?
Yeah, doing a radio show. What do you got?
I think the parents nowadays are grooming their kids a little soft. They ought to bring back spanking.
Okay, Tommy, you were spanked.
I'm 33 years old. I can say I was raised in the 60s, even though I did not live in the 60s.
Okay, so Mark, let's pause here. Because you're a little younger than I am. All right, so Tommy, you were spanked.
I was not only spanked, I got the belt.
Okay.
And my mother would slap you in the face in a store in front of other people.
Okay, and when you got spanked, it made you change the way that you were acting.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just dialed it up.
And that's why, Mark, when you listen to this show, you don't hear Tommy say or do anything inappropriate.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying, in general, these kids ain't going to get the parents ain't going to get the point across by just yelling at them and stick them at timeout. I don't even know what a timeout is. I never had a timeout.
But timeout is that you don't do nothing?
Yeah, and spanking, bro. Mark, I mean, come on. You can't tell me you think that spanking works. You just take your beating and then you keep going back at it doing what you were doing, Mark.
Say that again?
I said, when it comes to spanking, right? I'm the same with Tommy. I got hit when I was a kid. You take your beating, you go back to what you were
off.
You do what you were doing before, right?
Yeah.
You know what's coming.
You only do it enough to get the point across. You don't do it enough. You don't do it to enjoy it. You do it enough to get the point across.
No. I think I disagree with your point, and that's fair. I mean, Mark, I get you were raised this way, and you feel that's the way it works. I don't know, man. I look at all the guys I knew that were spanked. They were still kind of pieces of crap. They just got spanked every once in a while, and some guys pay for that privilege now.
Well, hey, it worked on me. It worked on my siblings, so
beat a child.
Other people I grew up with, so.
All right, Mark. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Crack an ass, save a child. It's in the Bible.
It sounds like a country song.
Crack an ass,
save a child.
Crack a beer, put on a smile.
All right, everybody on hold. We got to move on. I appreciate the calls. How about some revenge, buddy?
Revenge?
Yeah. Well, at least
that's
what we think this is. There's a gentleman in the news this morning, and it's a Finger Lakes crime.
Okay.
He decided to do something to a boat that was not his. At least those are the allegations. And we're going to fill you in as to what he allegedly did.
Yeah.
But we don't know why he did it.
All right.
And if it's for the reason we think it might be, man, what did this other person do to you?
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Whether or not you want to admit it,
Yeah.
getting revenge on someone is one of the sweetest feelings in the world. But you have to be careful how far you take it. Because even though no one was hurt in this story, the allegations are pretty extreme.
Oh.
And it's something that after you're caught would make you look like a pretty big psycho.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy's last day of vacation today. She should be back tomorrow. Terrible Time Timmy, his final day filling in on the boards. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
He's struggling. Our air conditioning is broken. We are at 81 degrees in the studio. He has rolled up one pant leg. We could be just hours away from a Timmy sack.
Bare britches.
Bare britches Timmy. Just after 7:45 this morning, hell of a night for your Rochester Americans on Saturday in Syracuse because things were not looking good, Tommy.
Yeah.
But some are saying team of destiny.
Really?
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story happened just east of us.
What happened?
Just before 8 a.m. last Thursday, police received a call from a marina for a man allegedly damaging a boat.
Like in progress?
Yes, 8 in the morning, man damaging a boat. When they got there, police say the man had climbed into a boat that was not his, tore out a radio and multiple switches.
All right, so he's working a console.
You got it. And then he's accused of untying the boat and attempting to send it into the lake.
Just cast it off.
No radio, switches damaged, boat into the lake.
In a drift.
You got it.
All right.
He was arrested, charged with felony criminal mischief. He has a court date upcoming. We don't know how far the boat got before it was recovered and how much damage monetarily.
That sounds pretty goddamn expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a boat person. You would know better than I would. So in this story, Tommy, there is not an allegation for the motive, and we can't know for sure. But if this is a boat that doesn't belong to him, which the story says, short of some insurance scam, and he probably would have come clean right away with that.
Yeah.
This sounds like it could be a revenge story.
Yeah, especially based on the time of the day.
8 in the morning.
Right. I mean, that's like an overnight move.
Okay. If this is a revenge story,
Yeah.
too far, right?
Oh, yeah.
Too far?
Yeah.
Are you saying that as a boat person?
Yes.
The boat bothers you?
That's a lot of damage, man.
All right, let me ask you a question. If he was getting revenge on someone and smashed out the windows of their car, ripped out the wires of their console, too far?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, I'm just making sure it's not just a boat thing.
Too much.
But like to your point, the money that's at stake here, man. Like completely destroying a boat.
At the beginning of boating season, don't forget, too.
Okay, you're being such an East Side douche
You're
right
taking
now.
my boat out even before I've had time to enjoy.
At least let me enjoy my boat before you destroy it and send it into the lake.
I'm taking family out this weekend. I already bought the sandwiches.
The funniest part, if this is a revenge story, right? The person who owns the boat, they're going to get to the marina one day, like you said, ready to go fishing or take family out.
Oh, my God. Nice day.
Boat will just be gone.
Oh, my God.
No idea where it went.
Yeah.
No proof who could have done it. Like, it's a really messed up way if that's what you were trying to do to get even with someone. But, man, would it send the message you were looking to send?
Because, you know, I wonder if that other dude has a boat.
Oh, a fellow boater.
Yeah, like it was a boating issue.
A boat-on-boat incident.
Right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. When revenge goes too far, because physical revenge is always too far. There's no argument there.
Right.
The most common forms of revenge we see in the news, the car damage, which we brought up, right? Tire slashing, scratching up someone's paint, all that stuff, right? Boat does seem worse than that. Because, like, if your car's all keyed up, you can still drive the car.
Right.
By the way, if we're seeing this story in the break room, right, it means that the person doing it has been arrested for doing something illegal. That means you've also gone too far. Like any revenge where you've been arrested, you've gone too far. But it does feel like, Tommy, you're okay with most of the stories we see of people getting their cars keyed for one specific reason.
You know what that message is?
What is that?
You were messing. You were messing, and you got caught.
Okay.
Almost every guy I know that ever got his car keyed or messed with, he was cheating.
Okay. And that's what's so unique about your reaction to this story is because immediately you went, oh, my God, boat too far. Radio ripped out, switches ripped, boat sent adrift. How could you? You didn't once assume that the person who owned this boat did something wrong.
Like messing.
Didn't come out of your mouth.
Messing.
Whenever I bring up window smash, car key, tire slash, you go, that's messing, that's a love story. Here you're like, oh, my God, the poor boat.
Yeah, my mind just, you're right.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Because you had to walk past his car to get to his boat, maybe. I don't know.
But I'm going to go out on a limb and say this, and I'm not going to make boat owners happy, I'll tell you that. If we're going to talk about odds someone's messing, I'm going to say a boat owner is 40% more likely to be messing than just any regular person with a car. Fair?
You think boaters have looser morals?
Well, I'm saying you got a boat, bro. You can go out in the middle of the lake.
Well, you can get laid with a boat. You can get the ladies with a boat.
That's what I'm saying. And, I mean, you have places to hide if you have a boat.
So let's say your old lady leaves you. She hooks up with a boat guy. And now they're out boating on the weekend.
Ooh.
Taking your kids out boating.
Ooh.
Jet skiing, watercrafting, boogie boarding, wake riding.
I mean, I could see a man being pushed to the
high and dry, bro. High and dry. Could be.
I mean, look, it's not what I would do, but you bring up a decent scenario as to why a man would want that boat destroyed, Tommy.
Because if you're dating some woman with kids and you got a boat, that's gold.
Yeah, you're right. You're like the cool new guy in life. Yeah, you're not
the
wrong,
kids are going to be bragging about you.
Yeah.
Ted's got a cool boat, Dad.
His name's always Ted. It's always Ted.
Every Ted owns a boat or has had a boat in their life.
And every Ted has some other woman's kids on that boat.
And
Fair?
mess. Ted's mess.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the story just east of us. Last Thursday, just before 8 a.m., police were called to a marina for a man allegedly damaging a boat. They say that he tore out a radio and multiple switches. He's then accused of untying the boat and attempting to send it into the lake. He was arrested, charged with felony criminal mischief, which is a serious charge, by the way. He's in some serious trouble. But with these allegations, we don't know what the motive is. And if it is revenge, that is the most diabolical part of a revenge crime. Because whether or not you want to admit it, you at least wonder if the person who is the victim deserved what happened to them.
It could also be something else that happens in the boating community.
What's that?
Boat envy.
Someone's so jealous of a boat, they're going to destroy it.
People get weird about their boat comparing it to other guys' boats.
No, come on, man.
It's just a floating dong contest.
Yeah, but I've never been in, I've seen a lot of dongs being in a hockey locker room.
I'm sure you have.
I'm just letting Timmy. I've seen Timmy's. I mean, we've seen each other's penises.
Congratulations on that.
The point I'm getting at is when I see some guy's got a bigger dong than me, I'm not looking to kick him in the dong. Why would I destroy a boat for being better than my boat? That's a terrible take. 252-WCMF, boating community. Have you ever had the urge to destroy a boat that was nicer than your boat?
Could be.
No, we would have 1,000 of those stories a summer if that was the case.
Because my old man, I always told you, always was jealous of other people's boats. And he had a nice boat, but there's always a bigger boat in the water.
Yeah, but your dad seems like the kind of guy who would destroy a boat for being a better boat.
I'm sure he would have.
And he never did it.
And he's Sicilian.
Okay.
They can destroy things.
Going back to the idea of revenge, right? Whether or not you want to admit it, there's a little bit of Tommy in all of us. You wonder if the victim deserved what happened. And in this specific story, with a boat being destroyed and sent out to the lake, if it is a revenge story, right, you are dying to know what must have happened for this man to go this far to make this kind of point. And if you don't know, you may borderline side with the alleged boat destroyer, just like you always side with the person that actually keyed a car or smashed a window or slashed a tire.
I don't side with them, but some of this you bring on yourself because of your lifestyle.
But you don't know what the actual story is.
I know.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let's say you're driving home down Monroe Ave, the avenue as you like to call it.
Yeah, the avenue.
And you get stopped at a red light with a Dodge Charger that has cheater scratched in the paint.
Oh, yeah. Dodge Charger?
Dodge Charger, cheater scratched
That's
in the
a muscle car with cheater keyed into the quarter panel.
You automatically assume that person cheated.
Oh, man, he's guilty as hell.
Why?
Dodge Charger. That is the cheating mobile. That is the pace car of cheating, the cheating 500.
Has every man in this room been accused of cheating on a woman when it didn't actually happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah.
Right? And have we all dated women who, with just the idea in their head that we cheated, would go that far and do something like this?
Oh, yeah.
Timmy?
Maybe.
Okay. Yes, me.
Yeah.
Right? So it's no guarantee that just because somebody thought he was doing something, he actually did something. But because you're such a dick.
But douchey car lines up with quarter panel being damaged with what your alleged crime kind of fits.
So does boat, but it didn't stick in your head.
True.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Duffy?
Yo.
Hey, listen, I really believe that you're right on this one. I don't think this is a boat envy thing. I am a boater. Mostly you just sit there and go, wow, I wish I had that boat. but I also believe it probably is revenge. But there's also another take that you might want to consider.
What's that?
And that is, it's kind of like the unnecessary roughness penalty in football, right? The first guy doesn't get the penalty; it's the guy who retaliates.
The ref was looking at the second one. So wait, this guy that was arrested had something done to his boat. He did something in revenge, and he's the one that got popped for it.
Possible.
Okay, but John, no, look, you're right. It is possible. But you're doing exactly what Tommy described. You're assuming that the person who owns the boat that was damaged did something wrong in the first place.
Cut the other guy off in the lake somewhere or something like that?
That always happens. I mean, you get the weekend warriors who don't know the first thing about boating rules. But
that's every guy in the water unless you're a sea captain.
That's what he just said.
No, but that's every guy.
No, it's not. It's just you.
Yeah, not John.
No, I'm not a weekend warrior. I'm a professional boater.
All right, John, I'm going to ask you a question. Just two guys talking. Nobody can hear us, right? Couple of bros broing up.
Johnny Boats.
John, have you been disrespected so much on the water in the marina that you have considered doing something to someone else's boat?
Never.
Lie. Why you lie, John?
I'll tell you who
hates. No, not lying, man. It's so expensive to own a boat. You don't want to pull that crap.
I will say this: the one person that really gets pissed off in the water are fishermen.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
Like if you're fishing and you got pleasure boat dicks running all over the place, it pisses you off because they're cutting your lines, they're causing wake, they're bothering the hell out of you, they're noisy.
You know you don't.
This guy could be a fisherman.
Okay.
That this guy was terrorizing at his old fishing hole.
Okay, now we're just coming up with any idea as to why this would have
that's
happened.
What we've been doing since we started this conversation.
No, I had a rock-solid theory of revenge, and I had ways to back it up. And now you're like, this guy wanted a bass, and because he couldn't get it, he destroyed his boat.
It could be fishing revenge, man.
Okay, does that really happen?
Fishermen are super territorial. They are.
But you have no right to be territorial.
Yes, you do. It's my hole.
No, you don't own the lake.
No, but I have my own fishing hole.
You got your own hole over there?
Yes.
Yeah?
Every guy has his own hole.
No kidding.
His old fishy hole. It's my own fishy hole. Stay away, son.
No, man, I can't imagine. Okay, and if you are a fisherman that gets upset.
No, you cut my line because you got too close.
Okay, I don't.
What?
Well, no, you keep painting these scenarios, and John calls up and goes, no. John does know nothing. You ain't been on a boat in 2 decades, brah.
Well, he thinks he's a professional boater.
At least he owns a boat.
So a lot of dicks own boats.
You're a dick that don't own a boat.
I know.
252 WCMF.
Dick.
Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Tommy's kind of right along the same line. This could be the douche in the marina area who comes in too fast, causes wakes, swamps people, or he waters. He's got people water skiing, and it's just too close to the shore, too close to your boats. So crimp his style a little.
I love how this started with a discussion about revenge, and it has now become an airing of grievances for all of the problems boaters have with other boaters.
But there's a million ways to piss people off in a boat.
Barber, you're not a boat guy, are you?
I got a lot of friends who were, so I was more like the passenger.
A lot of my buddies have boats.
So, you're a chintz boater is what you are.
Oh,
yeah, that's right. No, but I pitch in for gas, and I bring beers and food, so you got to pay your way.
You know we're talking to
SS Chinch,
Captain Chinch of the SS Chinchington.
RMS Chinsington, I salute you.
First mate Chintz, but something from last week that you guys should be doing as a perfect contest. This whole Timmy running the marathon thing.
Yeah.
We should have a pool, kind of like where they're whining. At what mile marker will Timmy drop out or pass out?
So if you missed it last week, Timmy, who's filling in for Kimmy this week, he's going to run a marathon in Buffalo at the end of the month. He has not trained at all. He's never done this before in his life. Barber, I don't want to be responsible when he dies for having because that's going to be an awkward wake with his, you know what I mean?
Stroke, aneurysm, browns his britches.
Yeah, so.
Well, I got dibs on lucky number 7.
All right, great, Bob. Thanks for the call. Or Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Bye. There, okay.
So I think we solved the mystery of the boat.
Maybe. No, we didn't get anywhere.
He was messing.
This could have just been a crazy guy.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work. Like, I could see untying a guy's boat and just pushing it off.
Okay.
Real easy.
Yeah.
But the fact that you jumped in the boat and did that and ripped up the console, that's a little bit more personal.
Yeah, but now
that just is so much more expensive.
I'm with you, but now that I'm thinking about it, something you brought up earlier, the time of day is strange. Like if you're looking to get
early morning.
Yeah, if you're looking to get revenge and not get caught, you're going to do it in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
8 in the morning. That might just
be. You brought coffee. Think about that. You probably had a tumbler. You had your goddamn tumbler of coffee. You had to put down your Dunkin' or whatever you're drinking.
Yeah, but that tells me that's not a guy who's like trying to get away with it. That's just a guy who's like walking down the dock and like went nuts.
Oh, just a nut?
I don't know, man. That's
a weird time of the day to go nuts.
But it's also a weird time of the day to get revenge.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take one more call,
All right.
252-WCMF. Again, we're talking about this guy just east of us. He was arrested after police say just before 8 in the morning last Thursday, he jumped into a boat in a marina, tore out the radio. He did not own the boat, multiple switches. He's then accused of untying the boat and attempting to send it into the lake. He's been charged with felony criminal mischief. We have no motive for these allegations. And Tommy has now turned it into, let me tell you why boaters suck and why you want to rub on the radio. Bob's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Bobo, how are you, buddy?
Doing good. How you doing, guys?
This is Bobby Bows?
No. Well, I have to admit, a few years ago, I did something bad to a boat.
What'd you do?
The guy just kept bothering me about my boat, telling me his boat was so much better. So I wrote douchebag on his boat.
You wait in what?
Spray paint.
In spray paint?
Yeah. And it wasn't until like a year later my brother found out it was me. So he was kind of upset.
All right, Bob, I got some bad news, buddy. The statute of limitations had not yet passed, so the police are on their way to your house right now. I'm sorry.
Well, I hope my brother doesn't, try to press charges on me.
Oh, wait, it's your brother?
Yeah, it was my older brother. He's an ass.
What a dick!
God damn,
How much did it cost for him to repair everything?
I think he paid $2,800.
Wait, in damages?
Yeah, to get the spray paint off.
Oh, my God.
But I think you're the douchebag here, Bob, with all due respect.
Me? Okay. He's the one that for Christmas will give you a $5 Dollar Tree gift card. No, he's the dick.
Maybe because he spent $2,800 to get all the spray paint off his boat.
Well, come on. It's only been 5 years.
All right, Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. I would never speak to my brother again.
What do you write, douchebag?
Douchebag and spray paint on his brother's boat, according to Bob. No, you were right on that. I'm sorry. You know what? You were right. Boat envy caused damage.
And don't forget, the other thing about boating, a lot of drinking. A lot of drinking can lead to bad decisions.
Not at 8 in the morning on a Thursday.
Oh, boaters drink. The number one place to morning drink is boat.
How early would you have to start drinking?
You put a little Jack in that coffee.
Okay.
And crazy towns show up.
Let's take a break. Bro, it was crazy on Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Like it was like a game of the year, huh?
Well, look, Timmy, you can back this up. Timmy, he's our utility infielder, so you were working the Amherst game on Saturday here.
I was.
Paying attention to everything. He's sending me highlight clips as the game's finishing up. Well, going into the third period, Amherst season was over. They needed a win to move on in Syracuse, and things were as bleak as they've been all year long.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
amazing, huh?
Destiny showed up, baby.
Man.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, my God.
What happened?
From the ultimate depths of sadness to the peaks of excitement. Because for 2 periods, your Rochester Americans season was over, done, shot.
So this is a big comeback.
It is. And this is what's so great about hockey in the American Hockey League is because as amazing as riding this roller coaster was on Saturday night, Timmy, this happens more often than you think in this league.
Yeah, not the way that it did, but yeah, comebacks happen in hockey all the time, but not like this. Not in a game of these circumstances.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, you can hear Timmy filling in for Kimmy, Tommy, and myself on your regular radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can also take a look at how handsome we are.
Ooh.
That's right. Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube and Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch, it's The Break Room WCMF. Watch the show.
Watch us talk.
That's right. We told you the air conditioner is broken in our studio. We are at 81 degrees right now. Timmy is fading fast.
Yeah.
And it will
This
be
is tough.
It's only a matter of time before somebody starts taking clothes off. And I'm not even exaggerating. I'm borderline sure coming off soon. So if you want to see...
Oh, you're working out now? You're getting all buffed up?
I'm kind of doughy because I got norovirus. I'm still trying to get my summer body
Kinda
back.
doughy?
I'm a little bit doughy. My wife had to shave
A little bit of a shot, boy.
Well, my wife had to shave my back last night, and I noticed some love handleage that wasn't there. Not happy about it.
Bro, you're a twig.
I got to get after it,
How
bro.
do you got love handles at
Well, it's like the
Twiggy stage?
doughy love handle. It's like soft. Bloop. I even touched it. I was like, bloop. Maybe I'll take my shirt off and you'll see.
All right.
Only if you're watching the live stream. By the way, all of that brought to you by 3 Heads Brewing.
They're so proud.
Oh, and they got stuff for you.
Like what?
Look for their Jazzy Ale, the official beer of the Rochester International Jazz
What do you got?
Fest.
Jazz brew.
That's right, in stores or throughout the festival. And you know where I hear you can get a good one?
Where's that?
Down on Jazz Street.
I'll see you in Jazz Street.
Saturday night was a tale of 3 periods.
So what happened?
Your Rochester Americans backs against the wall, game 4 against Syracuse. They took the first game and they lost 3 straight. Not good.
Right.
Last time we were here, we talked about how Amerks goalie Devin Levi made 60 saves
Danny
in a
Meatballs.
Yep, double overtime loss on Thursday.
Right.
So game starts and things are immediately bad. By the end of 2 periods, the Amerks were down 3 on the road.
Oh my God, they're stinking out.
Yep, in a game that if you lose it, your season is over. So Timmy,
This is a best of 5 series?
best of 5. So
Right.
you needed this game backs against the wall. Timmy, going into the 3rd period, now it's just about packing bags, saying goodbye to your teammates, and getting ready
Making
for
vacation plans.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right?
I had resigned myself that this was the last Amherst game of the season. I could shave, which is something that I definitely need to do, but, superstition.
Wash.
Yeah, so I had pretty much resigned. This is the last 40 minutes of the year. We're done. We're over. We'll see you in October. And that is not what happened.
Coming out into the 3rd period, in the first 90 seconds, they put one in, which is nice.
19.
19. Oh, I'm sorry, 19 seconds.
Yep.
My apologies. So, all right, 3-1, still a long way to go. They chip away. Just over 5 minutes left, Timmy.
Yeah.
They score the tying goal, and now you're either looking to win or hold on for dear life to try and get to overtime.
All right.
It ends up going into overtime. And in the extra period, again, with their backs against the wall, score or your season is over. They find that 4th. They end the game, force a deciding game 5 back here in Rochester Friday night. Can you feel it?
All right, I have a question.
Great.
Why do you have to wait till Friday?
They do it on weekends for the gate.
Oh. That's
And
a long
also
way
the
to
other
wait.
series had because of the Cleveland Cavaliers playoff season, the Cleveland Monsters had to, 1, they got to buy, 2, they didn't have access to their own arena. So they're
That's
only on
gotta
game
suck,
2
though,
right now.
man. You got to wait all week.
Yeah.
Just to get this game.
Yeah, but the Amerks and Syracuse have to be loving it because you're bringing way more people out on a Friday and a Saturday and a Sunday than you are on a Tuesday.
But doesn't it hurt the momentum of the Amerks because, now you get to sit all week? Didn't that kind of hurt you?
Doesn't it also hurt the Syracuse
Well, they got to be
French?
dying because you had them.
It was there, bro. That's just it, man. You score that goal.
You got to think it's all going to be in Rochester's favor because Syracuse let this thing slip away.
Timmy, I don't know what to think right now because it looks like even losing one game in Rochester, the Amerks were sitting pretty and had all the momentum. They go to Syracuse, they lose. I mean, you lose 3 straight after the first 2 home games there.
Yeah, losing that double overtime game, it was like Syracuse had everything that they could ever have asked for, and it showed on Saturday night until it didn't anymore. And now I think that pendulum has swung completely the other way.
You only get
showed to it did.
Only dynamite analysis from Terrible Time Timmy. It was there and then it wasn't. Go Amerks. All right.
So Friday night's got to be insane downtown.
So tickets are on sale right now, by the way, if you want to go. Yeah, I mean,
the block party and all that stuff, the music.
Man. There's nothing better than a win or go home game in hockey. I'm sorry. Like, I love football. I love basketball, baseball, great. I will sit and watch every NHL Game 7, AHL Game 5 till you get later in. Like the Bruins. Did you watch any of the Bruins-Leafs game?
Oh, how could you not?
Bro, Game 7.
Oh, my God. Backs to the wall.
Bruins were, okay, so it was a battle of two cursed teams. And if you would have known, you'd have watched.
I know. The Bruins haven't won since Bobby Orr.
No, that's not it, you idiot.
What?
And they won, like, was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. God, you're the dumbest person.
Leaves haven't won since John Candy was alive.
Are you like the Leafs? The Leaves? Nobody
Whatever
calls
you
them
wanna
the
go.
Leaves.
Leaves.
Leaves are in your yard. The Leafs play in Toronto, dumbass. Toronto notoriously plays really well in the regular season and can't get out of the first round. The Bruins go up big, 3-1, and then blow leads. That happened both ways.
Oh.
So the Bruins went up 3-1. And then let the Leafs come back on them to a Game 7 in Boston. So it was like, whose curse is worse? Who's gonna
choke?
Yeah, and in overtime, the Leafs choked and the Bruins won that game, and it was amazing. It was a 2-1 game, and Timmy, it was the greatest 2-1 game I'd seen in a long time.
Except for Thursday with the Amerks, but yeah.
Yes, you get what I'm saying.
So you know what this is going to hurt? Friday night?
What's that?
The Lilac Festival.
Oh, good call.
Because it opens this weekend.
You're right.
And if you're going to go out, where are you going? I mean, even if you're not a hockey fan, if you're a single guy, wouldn't you rather go downtown and have that fun?
100%.
Than walk around and eat a hot dog at the Lilac Festival?
Well, you can eat a hot dog at a hockey game. And by the way, not great for the Lilac Festival either. 54 and rainy on Friday is what we're looking at right now.
It's early. The rain's not here in the afternoon. We checked.
Okay, thank you.
Timmy and I were talking.
Okay,
I can confirm this. We did. We looked it up.
Who wanted to have that conversation? Because last
He
week...
wanted to talk hockey. I wanted to talk weather.
No, last week he started talking Amerks with you when I wasn't in the room, and you got like upset when I came back, and we're like, Timmy, what's up? Now you want to start talking weather with the kid. He doesn't care. Look at him. Look at the kid.
I kind of care about the weather in this room. In fact, I'm up to 2 pant legs now, so I think we're a break away.
We're getting close to Timmy Sack, ladies and gentlemen. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The Amerks score 4 unanswered goals in the third period and overtime to win a back against the wall Game 4 in Syracuse. The deciding Game 5 for this series happens Friday night in Rochester, downtown at the War Memorial at the Blue Cross Arena. Tickets are on sale right now. Team of Destiny, Timmy?
I think they might be.
Or are they out of gas?
Why are you such a dick? Like, why can we not revel in this amazing game outcome, the fact that they have a chance to move on at home?
Just saying.
Last year it was pretty similar. Same team. Syracuse had a 2-0 series lead. Amerks came back and won the next 3 and then went on a ride to the Eastern Conference Final. Who's to say that the same thing can't happen this year?
Who's to say? Because you know what I heard from some great hockey analysis earlier?
What's that?
They got it till they don't. Unless they do, in which case they have it until it's gone.
All right.
So there you go.
Exciting times, man. Come on.
No, I'm pumped, man. I'm doing everything I can to get down to that rink on Friday night.
Oh, yeah, this is so you.
Yes, it is so me.
Jackass in downtown like with your old crew.
Well, no, I'm going to have to take my kids. So
your old crew's all diabetic anyway.
Oh, look who's talking about diabetic
the old
crews.
insulin gang. The Purple Foot Club. Those fat asses ain't going down anymore. Most of them are in nursing homes.
The insulin gang. Let's take a break. You know, as we're talking about sports, you know, I love hockey because I grew up loving hockey.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Timmy, all the sports you love, you grew up loving.
Yeah.
Right? And it created a bit of a situation this weekend.
Yes.
You want to be there for your kids, and you want to show them that you are going to share in the things that they like.
Yeah,
and
interest, yeah.
And for whatever reason, my oldest daughter has decided she is now interested in this thing that I've never paid any attention to in my life.
Right.
I know there are now a lot of people that are very into this sport.
Yeah.
And to you people, I ask, why? Because one of the hardest things you can do as an adult might be trying to get into a sport you never paid attention to. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We love sports, man.
Oh, sure we do.
NFL owns a day of the week, now multiple days of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Every weekend, there are basketball, baseball, hockey games sold out across the country, and you cannot walk for 5 minutes outside in the open without seeing someone wearing a hat or a T-shirt or a jersey of their favorite team.
Mm-hmm.
But that passion we have for sports, most of it we grew up with.
Oh, sure.
You love that sport since you were a little kid. You love that team since you were a baby boy, baby girl. What happens when you're forced into a new sport as a grown-ass person?
Oh.
You're hanging in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy, your last day on vacation. She should be back tomorrow morning. Timmy doing his farewell tour over behind the board there. You're doing great, buddy.
Trying to get to 10 o'clock.
You're nailing it.
Thanks.
Nailing it. So my 13-year-old daughter has gotten really into F1 racing.
Formula One.
Yes.
High-end, European-style, open-wheel cafe racing.
She got into this through a friend of hers who also got into F1 through the Netflix series.
So this is two young girls that are into auto racing.
Yes. My daughter started watching the Netflix series, and now she's all about it. She owns a sweatshirt, a McLaren sweatshirt, and a T-shirt of the driver. What's his name from McLaren?
Lando
Calrissian. Yeah.
Lando
Calrissian. So, I want my daughters to, look, I think it's stupid, but whatever. Like, if you're into it, I'm here to support you. So yesterday, Miami Grand Prix is on. I've never watched an F1 race in my life, but I'm going to sit down with my daughter.
Ooh, granddaddy.
And we're going to, is that what they call it?
Well, Miami's out of control.
Okay, so no. So I'm going to sit down with my 13-year-old daughter, and I'm going to watch my first ever F1 race. I've never watched a second of this, right? So I sit down, and I don't get it.
Well, it's just like watching slot cars for like an hour.
It's exactly what it felt like.
Yeah.
Like, you can't
They
tell.
look like toys.
You can't tell who's who
on
the track. There isn't enough space, really, for them to pass each other. Every time somebody tried to pass, there was an accident. They're touching wheels.
Yeah.
Why are there yachts in a pond outside where the Dolphins play football?
It's Miami.
Okay. And I wasn't saying any of this out loud because I don't want to take away my daughter's, shine and everything, but I realized as I was watching this, getting into a new sport as a grown person is hard.
Especially like a European sport.
Is it European?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's all European guys.
Calrissian sounds like an American name.
No, there's only one American kid.
Did you miss that?
And, I didn't
Never mind. Go ahead.
I didn't hear.
Shut up.
I didn't hear your bad joke. No, but it's too European.
I don't like any auto racing.
I'm not a big fan either.
I've watched a little bit of NASCAR. At least I know, hey, that car's got an M&M on it. I know who that guy is.
And the guy's name's Kyle.
It wasn't the lack of American that had me upset. How about my daughter's friend was at the race yesterday?
Man, so these are rich people.
Well,
you'd have to be.
Okay, wait. Thanks for ruining everything about the relationship that I have with my daughter's friend's parents. We're hanging out. I don't know.
Well, bro, they're in Miami watching Formula One, and they ain't on break.
Maybe they got family down there. I don't know.
I got family down there. You didn't see my ass.
Yeah, but they don't want you down there. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the last sport you got into? And is it possible to get into a new sport as a grown-ass person? Because I want to do this for my kid. I want to. I want to be able to sit down on Saturdays. And the great thing about F1, although I don't get it at all, and I don't understand you people that have gotten into it over the last couple of years, it was like only the length of one period of hockey.
Yeah, it's real quick.
Yeah. So
57 laps and they're out of there.
Cool. Awesome. Great. But I realized as I'm watching this yesterday, bored out of my mind. Bored out of my mind. All of the sports that I love, I don't have a memory of not loving those sports.
Right, you grew up with them.
Yep, football, hockey have always been there. Baseball, basketball to a lesser extent. It was on SportsCenter when I got up to watch it before school, so I started following it. And I realized yesterday I have not picked up a single sport to watch as a grown person. And yesterday proved I could not do it even if I wanted to.
And this is a particular hard sport because all those other sports you've played.
Yes.
You played them in high school, you do beer league. There's no beer league F1. Because everybody dies on the first lap.
I mean, there is kind of. I mean, what about those go-kart races?
But those guys, those are the kids that come up in the sport.
No, but there are tracks that run grown-ass people in cars that look similar to those.
And they should put a stop to
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like, most people didn't, like...
I don't know, man. I think that you are not accounting for those tiny racetracks out in the country. Like, there's one that's like 15 minutes from my house.
But most of those guys tend to go towards NASCAR.
Yeah, but you can't afford El Camino. You can afford a little go-kart racing on dirt. Timmy, have you been able to get into a sport as a grown-ass person that you didn't like as a kid?
When COVID first hit and there was nothing else going around, I got myself into darts, like competitive, like international darts. Yeah, it's fast-paced. They're elite. Like they hit everything they're trying to hit every single time. It was actually like really interesting to watch, and tennis a little bit too. Same thing.
Okay, so you've gotten into tennis
mostly through like there was nothing else during COVID, so I just needed to find something to do.
Like tennis goes on for so goddamn long.
And table tennis too, same thing.
Do you want watching ping pong?
Yeah.
Are you gambling on it?
Not anymore. But that when COVID hit, nothing else. There was nothing else to do.
You were gambling on ping pong.
Yeah.
What is what?
A lot is wrong.
You always bet on the Chinese guy.
They're always both Chinese. I have to say this.
What?
Sitting through that F1 race yesterday with my daughter, trying to be a good dad, has given me a new respect for you.
That what I do?
Well, you didn't like sports at all as a kid.
No.
You weren't big enough to play sports.
No.
You weren't smart enough to understand, like, the statistical stuff.
Smart.
Right? Like, I mean, nobody ever looked at you and picked you for any team in your life. You've never played an organized sport in your life.
Really, no.
That one time you tried to play kickball with us, you kicked the ball, you ran 3 steps, and you fell down.
But you never bring it up, which is great.
Well, I'm sorry.
Twice this week.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but it's Monday. Can't do it twice this week. You getting into watching the Bills game, I'm actually way more impressed by.
But I started watching football, baseball, basketball when I was about mid-20s.
Okay. That's still late in the game.
Yeah, it was. But I'm a super, super casual fan.
But you can sit and watch a game.
For the most part, yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able. I mean, I'm going to do it for my daughter, but if I had my choice, I'm not going to sit alone and watch F1.
So I watched that F1 on Netflix with my wife.
Yeah.
And we both love it. I can't watch the game. I cannot watch the actual sport. My wife can. I can't. Like, she knows the names and stuff, and I'm like, I'm out.
So that was the other thing. Like, my daughter is like, who's the guy who came in second yesterday?
Max Verstappen. He's
Yeah,
like the number one guy in the world.
She's like mother effing him. Well, not, she's 13, but you get what I'm saying. The whole race. And she's like telling me all the drama between all these guys and the teams and all that. And I'm like, yeah, that's great.
But it kind of works for women because all these men are young, handsome European guys. They all look like they could be in movies. All of them. There ain't a Bubba in there.
No, well, they didn't. Are you sure?
No, the guys that are in this thing right now.
Wait, the guy named Bubba who races in NASCAR, he's a good-looking dude, too.
There's a couple.
Couple good-looking Bubbas?
But, there's some Southern Fuglies at the Daytona 500.
Isn't that the race they run on Thursday?
Southern Fuglies?
The Southern Fugly 500?
Yeah.
Brought to you by Everlast.
Think about this. All NASCAR is brought to you by bad food.
No, that's the
Tostitos 500. Brought to you by Pepsi.
That was the other thing, man. How rich are the people that watch this sport?
So it's all high-end watches, champagne, airlines you've never heard of.
Yeah, what is the one? Not Qantas.
No, but it's something.
Qatar. It was
Qatar and
Air?
Emirates.
Yeah.
It's the ones that fly over there. Yeah, it's all high-end.
252 WCMF. One of the drivers had Rolex embroidered onto his racing glove.
And by the way, all their girlfriends are stunning.
My daughter was also pointing that out.
They're beyond. What's after stunning? I don't know, but that's them.
252 WCMF. My 13-year-old daughter, through a friend, has now gotten into F1 racing. I've never watched a race before. My daughter wanted to watch it yesterday, trying to be active dad. I sit down, I watch the Miami Grand Prix with her. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. But
yeah.
But when it comes to getting into a new sport as an adult, like if you look at the newer sports of the last...
Yeah, what do you got? You got pickleball?
Well, okay, but nobody's going to watch competitive pickleball on a larger scale. Lacrosse would be an example of a newer one.
All right.
And Timmy, there are lots of people who lacrosse didn't exist, who are diehard Nighthawks fans. Like in the mid-'90s, lacrosse was not a common sport around Rochester. Irondequoit had it. Webster had it for a couple of years. But they were filling that arena full of Nighthawks fans.
For a while, they did, yeah.
Yeah, people picking up that sport in their 20s and 30s watching it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out, too. It's a lot easier to care about something when the team around you is
but it
very
petered
good.
out. Soccer is the other one.
Okay, so let's talk about soccer.
Like you could get into that through your kids playing it, right? Like you never played it, but your kid got into soccer. Now you're watching competitive European soccer, or even the soccer we got over here, whatever you call it.
No, but
MLS.
The guys I know that really got into European soccer don't have kids. Like, for example, Kimmy's husband, who played football and baseball.
That boy cannot play soccer.
He's never played soccer.
Yeah.
He loves European soccer. I told you, Kimmy's gone. He's off this weekend. He's sending me videos of himself watching Arsenal yesterday.
Well, how did they do up against Man City?
Don't care. Don't care.
I don't get any soccer.
Bro, I've tried to sit down and watch soccer too, like when everyone was getting into it, and I don't understand it.
I watched a soccer series on Netflix, and I cannot watch the soccer.
Will you stop watching series on Netflix?
No, because here's what's cool. They give you all the backstory and the characters. That's what I like. I could care less about the game.
No, but like I figured out through what you're describing here, I only care about the backstories of like football players and hockey players because I watch them play. Like if I'm not going to watch somebody play,
I'm
why
in
do
reverse.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
But they make it so good. Like Netflix does such a good job of entertaining you. Like I watched the golf one. I can't watch golf.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one I can't. But that's always been around for me.
Yeah.
Just never bought into it. I don't know, man. Like Timmy, did you ever get into soccer? Have you been able to pull yourself into the soccer?
You look like soccer guy.
No, I follow it just because it's like I follow sports, but no, I don't really care about soccer of any sort of variety.
Because, like, I mean, look, there are bars here in town where on a Saturday, Sunday morning
Oh,
at
you
8,
think
9
you're
o'clock.
in Zurich?
Well,
no, there's like lines out the door of like guys that want to be European.
You think you're in Zurich, did you say?
Well, they're all standing around cheering. The doors are always open.
Okay, so I would like to thank @Shaggle Rock.
What was he saying?
He tweeted at us the menu prices at F1. Are you ready for this?
With the menu prices?
The menu
for the
prices,
chow.
yes. So it says they're family-sized.
Yeah, but that's European family.
Okay.
So like Kimmy's husband, that's like a half portion.
If you would like some nachos, it's $180.
No, there's no way.
I'm looking at it.
For a family of 4.
A fruit platter is $190, and if you would like lobster rolls, and it doesn't say how many you get, $280.
Wait, this is just regular concession
This
stuff?
is the concession stand at F1, yes.
After you paid $1,000 to get into the place to watch the race.
What does it cost for a ticket to F1?
It was $1,000.
Was it $1,000? Oh, my daughter's going to be really disappointed with her birthday.
The one that they ran in Vegas, we're going between 12 and 15,000, like legit ticket. That's not like secondary market. Bro, it's all rich billionaires and millionaires from around the world watch this stuff.
So they fly.
They race all over the globe.
Okay.
These guys go from like Singapore to other countries I don't know about.
Dip.
You know where they're big too? Middle East, like Dubai, Saudi Arabia.
No, I mean you can tell based on the advertising.
Oh yeah.
252 WCMF.
You don't want to know what happens to the losers. Yeah, they want to see you around back.
It's weird that guy from that country sounds like a guy from Jersey.
Same guy.
252 WCMF. We're talking about getting into sports as an adult. I don't think I can do it. I tried F1. I've tried soccer.
It's too boring, which is funny to say because the cars are going 200 miles an hour.
Let's talk to Armand. Hey, Armand, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? The sport y'all can get into is rugby. I mean, it'd be in the Olympics this year, upcoming. It's just like football, similar to football. A lot of contact, a lot of action, nonstop like soccer. No timeouts, no huddles, no none of that. It's just straight up action.
I also watched that series on Netflix. It just started.
I almost
the
cursed
rugby
at
one.
you. Yeah, okay.
And he's right. The guys, you would love it because they're all a bunch of Irish chops.
The hell's that mean?
You know what it means.
A lot of Irish chops, a lot of UK guys, a lot of Somalians.
But there's a dude from Ireland.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an ear.
Well, yeah, it gets ripped off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get cauliflower ear in rugby, just like MMA.
He's got the worst.
All right, well, Armand, you started playing rugby before you started watching rugby?
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes it easy.
I started playing senior year in high school, but the thing is, there's so many people. Like, if you played the sport before, you can pick up rugby. It's not the hardest game. I think a lot of people think it's way more physical than football, but I think football is way more physical than rugby. So,
all right, Armand, how old are you now?
29. I still play.
Okay, you're out of your mind, man. Your body cannot be feeling good coming walking off.
Have you ever watched the actual game?
Yeah, I've seen it.
It is. It's still a good time, man. You should come out, watch us. We play on Saturdays. It's actually a big tournament down the street from your house, Duffy, Saturday. Come watch some rugby and watch some grown men beat on each other.
I'm glad you said on. Armand, where can I find this rugby? Okay, where is it? Give a quick plug. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll be at Aardvark Park Saturday, starting at 9 o'clock, 3625 East Henrietta Road. And it's going to be a lot of teams coming in all throughout the state. It's going to be men's and women's teams playing Saturday.
You like it. Let a man in a scrum.
Go get some hot Armand action on Saturday.
Tommy, you'll make a good hooker. You're small and short, so you can get right in the middle of me.
Just like his mom, one of the best hooks I've ever seen, man. Armand, have fun. Stay safe this weekend, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yep.
All right, take care. No, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
I watched that series. I cannot watch a game of rugby.
Do they call it a game?
I don't know what they call it.
A match?
The pitch, whatever they call it.
Well, the pitch is what they play it on.
It's a match. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
On
the pitch.
The ground, the stadium.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're just talking about how expensive F1 is. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. It's a rich man's sport.
Let's talk to Pete. He disagrees with you. He's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so Timmy's a little off on prices. I mean, maybe he's a little closer to the Miami ticket price to get in, but I actually looked into going to the Formula One. Like, they have a race, I want to say it's either in Montreal or Quebec, that, I mean, it's relatively close, but it's impossible to get tickets. And the ticket prices really are not that expensive. I mean, they're still expensive, but they're not that bad, maybe a couple $100, but,
right.
You know, it's like a lottery. You almost have to win to get tickets, and there's wait lists, there's all different kinds of things. It's way more popular than people realize.
Yeah, but
take your daughter up to Montreal to see a race.
I don't want to go.
It's coming up.
I'm going to go sit and watch this in person. No, I don't want to do that.
You'd be a hero, man.
And I'm around a bunch of French-speaking Quebecians. That doesn't sound like fun to me. So, Pete, you ended up not going.
Open your mind, Pat.
I tried. Don't look. Hey, Pete, I think I deserve credit for sitting through that race yesterday. Do I not deserve credit?
Open your mind, Pat. You're very closed-minded.
Thank you, Pete. Have a good rest of the day. Pete, go F himself. Close this.
The average ticket price for Montreal, I looked up real quick, was $450. Miami, $945.
But that's probably just that day. Not for the
and I don't
week.
know if that was in American or Canadian dollars either.
Okay.
Because they go Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay, well, I just want the big race. I don't want to go to 3 races.
Well, you want to see the practice rounds and the sprint race.
Shut up. No, I don't want to
and
do
the
that.
Constructors Series.
I don't know. Wait, they build the cars right in front of you?
So they give out an award to the people that make the car.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess it.
Here you go, Mr. Ferrari, for making a very fast automobile. Well, thank you so much.
Well, it's funny. Like, I'm trying to follow it, too, because, like, McLaren makes cars.
Right.
So
they
you got
make
the McLaren
high-end
team.
sports cars.
Okay. And then Ferrari makes cars. So you got the Ferrari team. And then there's Red Bull.
Red Bull has a Honda engine in it.
Okay.
And then there's Mercedes. Has a Mercedes engine.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. A man whose voice, of course, he watches F1 racing.
Yeah.
Of course he does. Austin's got the last word on CMF. Hey, buddy.
Austin.
Hey. Hello, guys. So, anyways, listen to Tommy, Pat, for once in your life. Like, go see an F1 race in Montreal. You'll love it.
You know, your voice kind of sounds like what the cars sound like when they're going by the track. Go see the track. Why, have you been, Austin?
No, but I do watch it a lot because, well, one, I'm broke and I cannot afford an F1 race because they're for rich people. But you, of all people, you should go.
I don't want to drop $900 on something I'm going to be miserable at, man.
You won't be miserable at it. Your kids will be happy. Your wife will be happy. And if that makes you miserable, you're a horrible person.
Okay, $900 for 2 tickets. That's more than my Bill season tickets. Season tickets.
And that's just the day of the race.
Yeah.
True. But at some point, Duffy, you really got to go. There's a race in Austin. There's a race in Montreal. Miami, obviously.
Vegas, baby.
And if you really want to travel, go to England. Go to Silverstone. You'll love it.
Okay. Great. Thanks for the call, Austin. Have a good rest of the day.
Silverstone. Welcome to Silverstone. Give us all your money.
I've got a friend that lives out in Vegas, actually, and she said that when they do the event there, they close the entire streets, and it's absolute chaos, but sounds like a hell of a thing.
They use the hookers as mile markers.
And speed bumps.
Couldn't have done that, Timmy. Yeah, that was great. Great. How much? 2 more hours with Timmy?
Less.
Okay.
Hour and a half.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I will say, they do a really good job. The play-by-play guys, the British guys, did a really good job. I was getting excited for reasons I didn't understand.
Well, that's because it's a British guy talking.
I think it might be.
I don't know what it is, but when a British guy talks, I listen.
They also do a really good job of miking up. You can hear what's going on. If the drivers are talking to the strategy
But
captains.
I think they picked that all up from I think NASCAR's been doing that for years.
But what made me laugh is like every guy whose voice, they all had like soft boy voices.
Oh, they're Twinkies.
I think I'm shit. He tried to hit me in the back tire. I'm not happy about it. Like, I can't take that guy seriously.
And they're very polite even when they're pissed off.
Oh, we investigate what happened. Here we go. We're all right now. Okay, ain't you got that? Let's take a break. This is going to be the weirdest thing you hear this month.
Oh.
Well, when it comes to like morals in the state of New York versus morals in other states you can think of,
okay,
you would think that
we lose.
Exactly. And I'm not arguing we're not. But the fact that we have the fewest amount of these in New York in America
really
makes 0 sense unless It's not about morality, buddy. It's about being judged behind our backs. Oh. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. it's an easy way to make money.
Oh, okay.
Which is great. The drawback is if it gets out that you're doing this, your reputation might be in tatters.
Oh.
Either way, it turns out that folks in New York are the least likely to try and make cash using this and the body God gave them.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. A study over the weekend looked at what states had the most OnlyFans creators.
That's the dirty site.
Yeah, okay. For those who live under a rock, OnlyFans is a website for people to charge for videos and pictures, most of them being of the sexually explicit variety. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the term creator is what they use for people who are selling those pictures and videos. You got it. Yes, models. Mm-hmm. They do, yeah. So, believe it or not, Tommy, per capita, the state of New York has the least amount of people trying to make money with OnlyFans.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad. I was surprised by this. Are you surprised by this?
Yeah, just considering the size of the state.
Well, it's per capita.
All right.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
What is per capita?
It's around Albany.
The percentage has the lowest percentage of people using OnlyFans to make money. Why are you doing that?
So is it because we're immoral or fugly?
Okay, it's definitely not a morality thing.
No, but what if we ain't good looking enough for OnlyFans?
Okay, look, let's put it this way. Compared to other places in the country, we are more open-minded about stuff like this.
We're a very liberal state.
If you do this in Alabama, they burn you at the stake for being a witch.
And it's just, guys will pay to watch that.
How'd you make that camera work on that box you got in your hand? Okay, and I don't think it's fugly because, once again, Alabama.
But there's good-looking women in Bama.
Okay, if we're going to talk about...
Bro, look at them college games. And look at her mama.
Did you think that was going to save you on the back end? Because it didn't.
The Bama back end?
Look, man, if we're going to talk about percentage of attractive people in the state of New York versus like Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, come on, man. Come on.
So what is it then?
All right.
We don't need to do it? Because some of these people make a lot of money, right?
Yes, they do. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's look at what I think the most logical possibilities are. One, we don't need the money like other places do, but that doesn't seem to be the case. There's people hurting.
All right.
Two, we have a higher moral bar than other states, but we just talked about that. It can't be that. I think if there was a theory that worked best why per capita we have the fewest people in the state of New York doing OnlyFans, are we the judgiest state in America? And before you yell Arkansas, what I mean by that.
All right.
There are places that are going to judge you harsher from a moral perspective than the state of New York.
Right.
Bible Belt will absolutely do that. They'll say you're burning hell, you're not fit to be a parent, whatever. What makes New York different, Tommy, Rochester especially, we're not people who confront other people.
Right.
Like, I'm not going to say, like, how dare you do this? I found you on OnlyFans. But if someone from Rochester were to find the OnlyFans of someone they knew, they're going to show everybody.
Okay.
And they're going to talk to everyone they know about them having an OnlyFans. And it's all going to happen behind your back. You will not hear from a single person that you work with or your friends going, oh, my God, you have an OnlyFans. But they will all be talking about you without confronting you about it.
But, I mean, you would think like that happens in all states, just being how people be, right? But for some reason, we're worse at it?
So then,
we're more judgier?
I don't know what the...
And dickish? We are dicks.
Okay, so is that stopping people?
We're huge dicks.
Yeah. Which would actually, I think, get you a bunch of money on OnlyFans if you wanted to try that.
Yeah, if you're born.
What's the reason then? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It can't be morality. It can't be money. What is the reason why people in New York, folks around here, are doing OnlyFans the least amount across America?
Because I'm guessing the majority of these people that are doing this are women.
You'd be surprised.
Really? I'm saying majority.
Timmy, majority, you're right, probably women, but I think there's more men. Could you Google how many men versus women are active as creators on OnlyFans? Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate that. Because, like, we've talked to dudes that listen to the show that say they make a bunch of money doing OnlyFans and not in ways that you would anticipate.
All right.
Sell pictures of your feet. Feet pics. I guess the better question would be,
what's that?
How many men and women in the state of New York would do this if they were allowed to stay anonymous?
Oh. Probably a lot.
Okay, so if that's the case, it is the shame then.
Okay.
But, I mean, we don't know for sure.
Right.
All right, Timmy, what do we got, men versus women?
It's 70-30 women to men.
Is that a higher number than you thought for men?
Yeah. Because, I wouldn't think.
I mean, I'm
just thinking of creepy guys want to look at dirty pictures.
Yeah, gay, straight, bi. There's creepy guys of all sorts, buddy.
I look at me judging. See, I'm one of them judging ones.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Per capita, lowest percentage in America, New Yorkers when it comes to OnlyFans creators. We are the least likely people in all the USA to have an OnlyFans account where we are making money. It doesn't get into how many people in New York have an OnlyFans account looking at people on OnlyFans. Although I would think if there's fewer people doing it, there's also fewer people subscribing in New York, because isn't one of the draws, Timmy, to OnlyFans, like these are people in your community?
I think that's what it was built on, but I think part of it, too, is the size of this state is larger than most of the states. So if you have, like, one in New York, that's different than one in Rhode Island or whatever.
I understand how percentages work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So I do remember years ago when they were tracking, like, porn purchases online.
Yes.
That they showed, like, the biggest market for pornography in the country was the Bible Belt.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? Because, you know, so I've been thinking, like, and we were never high on that list of looking at porn in just general.
Sure.
So maybe it's the Bible Belt is more prevalent because, you know, you're doing it behind closed doors.
So, no, actually, the Bible Belt gets left out completely. If you want to talk about the state with the most OnlyFans creators per capita.
California?
Nope. Connecticut, Nevada, Hawaii, North Dakota, and Maine are the top five. North Dakota.
The creators.
Yeah, but that makes sense, too. I mean, it's harder to find a side gig. You can't drive Uber in North Dakota.
What are you showing me?
Oh, your vagina? What do you mean?
It's a North Dakota vagina.
I'm sure there are good-looking people in North Dakota.
Look at my Kodiak cooch. There's gold in that cooch, son.
Nothing. No, man, look, every place has...
Like, even the hotter governors in South Dakota. Just don't let them near your dogs.
Rough weekend for her. Nothing. No, I mean, look, and again, I think you might be setting too high a bar for what you think is attractive, because, like, you have this old school porn mentality where everybody is gorgeous.
Well, that's what porn was.
No, but what we're finding, at least porn preference-wise, is that the person that looks like the average person might be more successful now in the porn game.
I guess so.
Right? It's the idea.
My whole porn mind is turned on its head.
But the idea of you're seeing something you shouldn't, because like that, you know, stunning plastic woman that you'd never see in real life. Okay, that's great and everything, but like, what that chick at Wegmans? I want to see what's under there. And she looks like that chick at Wegmans.
I want to see a real woman tinkling.
Come on, man.
What? It's out there, bro.
By the way, OnlyFans has more than 1.3 million daily active users. Daily.
Man.
So 1.3 million people are daily. They have 400 million users.
That means you're hitting it every day.
That would be daily.
Oh.
I mean, I guess if you're paying for it.
And by the way, can't you, if you pay, like, you can ask them to customize whatever you're watching?
Yeah, it costs more.
Right, but you could do that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I tried to. I signed up like for the sake of the.
Put on this Sabres cap. I sent you because you're so pretty.
So I signed up for the sake of the show, which I had to go to my wife and be like, "Look what I'm doing. It's for the show. I'm doing this for the show."
What'd you say?
Well, like you have to to subscribe. You have to pay for these people. So I wasn't gonna pay.
So there's no base subscription. You could just see some crap.
So you can subscribe, and some people will put up really
a teaser photo.
Yeah, innocent things. But if you want the good stuff, buddy, you got to pay. And I wasn't doing that. So.
Right.
Although I have read articles about how you know how guys get about women and men that they're into, not just the money, but the gifts that these people, the highest creators on OnlyFans. And just to give you an idea of what you can make, South Carolina had the highest creator earnings per month on average, $1,460 a month.
Damn.
Whereas West Virginia was the lowest, $40 a month.
Oh, man, what busted ass mountain cooch is that?
Mountain cooch.
That's some rugged ass mountain cooch.
Who wins in a fight, a Kodiak cooch or a rugged ass mountain cooch?
I don't know, man. A cooch off.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, the state of New York has the lowest percentage of OnlyFans creators.
I would think Florida would just be out of control with this.
So Florida comes in at 9th.
Ninth?
Yeah,
what
9th.
happened to Florida, man?
Not for me, man. Let me ask you a question. Because you're sitting here and there's money to be made. And I understand you can't do this now that you're married.
Right.
Let's say you weren't married and you could make an extra $1,000 a month posting one nude a week. Would you do it?
Yeah, let them look at my ugly ass.
Whole world's gonna see it though.
It ain't about man. $1,000 a week.
But it's your reputation. I mean,
I have done.
You're wearing a blazer. Don't sit here and say it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, but it's off the rack.
Okay. So you wouldn't even have a hesitation.
Single guy living in Webster, I can make $1,000 a week. Yeah.
All right, Timmy, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm afraid of the response.
Me too.
Have you put anything up on OnlyFans?
No.
Okay.
What?
He's a very unique-looking person.
Yeah, but his legs look like corpses.
There are some people into that.
All right.
Why haven't you?
Corpse boy.
Why would I?
Well, I mean, what if there's money to be made?
Man, you can make $1 a week, man.
Somebody reaches out to me and requests that I post on OnlyFans, and they're going to pay me for it, then sure, we'll talk about it.
But how do you know that you wouldn't be successful doing it?
You got to just hang it out there, man.
Literally and figuratively.
Because you are unique looking.
Thank you.
I mean, look, if it makes you money, do your thing. So you're telling me, Tommy.
I've got enough jobs.
You would get to drop one by hanging brain. You're telling me that you at your age right now would have no problem standing in front of a full-length mirror, everything God gave you, taking a picture and showing it to whoever wants to pay for it.
Wearing just the blazer.
Oh, that's sexy.
That's a different site, just a blazer. Yeah, I would do it.
Okay.
Wouldn't you? I mean, single guy, no family. I mean, just no kids, no wife. I mean, I could care less what my brothers think.
It's easy for me to sit here and say I would. But I think you're also underestimating, like, once you take that picture and you're about to post it, you're looking at yourself like that. You can't tell me you wouldn't get a little insecure.
How about that Giola rolling in every week?
Well, that's the average. Who knows if you're going to make, what if you post it up there and you make like $6? Like, that would be devastating.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that would be.
Come on, check me out, guys. It's like one dude in like Nebraska. That's a cornhole cooch right there, bud.
Oh, yeah, and that's hurt.
All right, let's take a break. There is a man in some serious trouble, and he's facing some law repercussions. Although I think the better way to handle this would to be just let him go back and do this again.
Okay.
Because sometimes nature has a way of taking care of itself.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's a man we're going to tell you about who's facing charges. And I guess by the letter of the law, he should face charges. No one's going to argue that. However, I think you could probably handle this situation better just by keeping him out and letting nature handle itself.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It is, without argument, the fanciest of all the chain restaurants. And we may be watching it go away forever.
The fancy chain?
The fancy of the chain. This specific one. And if this place goes away, where is the guaranteed Valentine's Day anniversary chain restaurant dinner?
Oh, the Lock.
We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. There's a 40-year-old man who has been arrested after an incident at Yellowstone National Park on Monday.
What did he touch?
The man's name, Clarence Yoder.
Yoder?
Clarence
Yoder. All right.
Has been arrested after an incident with a bison.
So this happens about this time of the year where people want to take photos of these things, and the bison ain't into it.
Okay. I think it goes past a photo.
Right. What?
Park rangers say the 40-year-old man,
that makes sense,
who they believe was intoxicated, harassed a herd of bison and kicked one of the bison in the leg.
How'd that work out for him?
Not great.
How is he still alive?
So they don't get into the details of what happened. It turns out he had to be taken to a medical facility where he was evaluated, treated, and released from medical care. He was then taken to a detention center. He is facing a ton of charges under the influence of an alcohol, disorderly conduct, approaching wildlife, disturbing wildlife.
Kicking out wildlife.
There was a 37-year-old woman who was with him. She was drunk driving and disturbing wildlife as well. So you're drunk.
What a couple.
Bro, in Yellowstone. So
Marge, pull over. I want to say something to that damn bison. There ain't a bison born, and his mama's dead in the ground. You son of a bitch.
So with the charges he's facing, he's got a court date. He could be locked up, according to the story, based on the charges. Okay, but here's the thing. I think we can save everybody's time.
All right.
Everybody's time.
What's that?
If this man was willing to do this once, he's probably willing to do it again.
Or give him a season pass.
Well, look, yeah, I think that's the most appropriate way. Because if you F with wildlife, wildlife has a way of effing with you.
Yeah, they're pretty much undefeated in these circumstances.
Right? And maybe, just maybe, leaving him out and encouraging him to come back will eventually take care of the problem, right? You'll at least learn your lesson.
But every year, you can see videos of people screwing in Yellowstone with these goddamn gigantic, pissed off, big-headed cows.
Okay, so to your point, by the way, you want to talk about big? They're 2,000 pounds.
So they look about the size of an SUV when you're standing next to them.
How much is a ton?
2,000.
2,000 pounds, so they're a ton.
Half your mom.
Well, you dick.
So this guy...
Try a salad.
Kicked basically the equivalent of a wall and then got arrested for it.
A movable, pissed-off wall.
And there was a whole herd of them when he did it, according to the story.
And I'm guessing they all kind of stick with their buddy.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, it's much like a biker gang where if you kick one, they're all going to get really pissed off, right? So this wasn't the first bison incident of 2024. In fact, there were also ones reported in 2023. There were 3 of these in 2022, all involving only bison. On top of that, large animals like elk, bighorn, sheep, deer, moose, and coyotes are also F with on a regular basis at Yellowstone, and they're trying to figure out a way to keep that from happening while allowing people to still go through the parks, but it's becoming a problem.
Right, because people want to do selfies and stuff. I didn't realize how big a moose was.
Yeah, those things are huge.
They're taller than your house.
Yes. No, they're not that tall.
Bro, they
you got a ranch, you need to borrow some money?
I would say they're over 10 foot. They look huge.
That's not taller than your house, man.
No, your first floor of your house? Ain't no more than 10 foot.
First floor.
I'm not talking all the way up to the tippy top of the roof.
You just said taller than your house. And
First floor of your house.
You literally just said taller than your house. I'm not saying taller than your house. Man, I didn't mash my feet into his couch. Yeah, I mashed my feet into his couch.
7 feet.
You're an idiot.
That's huge.
You doubled the size of a moose.
That's like pissing off Kareem.
Bison are 8.
8 feet tall?
They also say stay away from Kareem.
Yeah, I hear he's the size of your house.
He is.
Small house. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this 40-year-old man. He's accused of, while drunk in Yellowstone National Park, approaching a herd of bison, kicking one of the bison in the leg. He was hurt in some way. We don't know what happened because he was taken to a medical facility. He was then treated, released, and then brought to a detention center. He's facing a ton of charges. Again, he was drunk. The woman he was with, who was driving the car he was in, also drunk. She's been arrested for a whole bunch of things, including DUI. And I'm saying, just let him back in the park.
Yes.
It'll handle itself.
Take a walk. I do root for the animals in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to...
I don't mean to sound terrible, but, man, I saw there's a group of people the other day. They were pulling this black bear cub, out of a tree to take a picture with it. And there's a guy saying, stop doing that. And they completely ignore it. I'm going, I just want to see that cub just go... Get off of me and take somebody's face off.
No, I'm with you. I don't want to see anyone die or get hurt, but it's an unforced
error.
error.
You're asking for it, man.
It's an unforced error.
This thing didn't attack you.
Right?
It's just standing there being itself.
And I would like to see, a man that deserves it, what a bison can do. How far can that bison flip a man in the air?
There's video of it taking out a family, chasing it, and it gets dad in the britches and throws him in the air like a doll. And I bet you he would go over my house.
Why would you? Good 7 feet. Not over my house. You go over my house. Why would you bring up the family thing? The kids are innocent in this.
The kids were fine.
I want to see them. No, but they were still getting chased by a bison.
Well, you also took your kids next to the bison.
No, but that's not the bison's fault or the kid's fault.
Hey, the bison left the kids alone, took out dad.
Oh, you think the bison knew?
Seemed to.
Leave the kids alone. I'm a bison.
Leave them kids alone.
I got bison morals. No women or children.
Yes.
How close are you willing to... Okay, let's say we had a guy outside. He's got a bison, 2,000
But,
pounds
it's under control.
Well, that's what he says. But it's not on a leash or anything.
No.
Free pictures with the bison.
No. No, because I don't know what it's going to do.
Leashed bison.
Leashed bison?
Leashed bison, free pictures outside.
Who's holding the leash, man?
Timmy.
No.
Timmy's holding... It's terrible time Timmy's bison picture
Frail-ass
emporium.
arms. No, because every time there used to be that reptile guy around all the time.
Yeah.
And
there used to be that reptile guy around all the time.
I don't know what happened to him.
You'd fucking, oh my God, you didn't have to say that.
I
was
know.
laughing at
No,
how
he
you
may
painted
still be around.
No, I was laughing at how you painted the story. You'd be walking through Wegmans, all of a sudden there's a guy with 9 snakes walking through
No, but
the
he
aisle.
used to come on the show, bring the alligators, the big pythons and stuff like that. And you never know. They're all cool, but those things could snap at any minute.
I'm with you, man. I don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
I would be terrified. Timmy, you bison guy? Would you go near a bison on a leash?
I think I would pass by one. I don't think I'm going to hang out with it.
Okay.
Because it isn't like a trained horse or anything. It's still a wild animal.
Even trained horses can freak out.
Yes, they can. Even though, so every once in a while the sheriffs used to show up around here with the horses.
Sure, yeah.
And I don't even know if they could still stomp on your ass.
That's a police horse, man. Back the horse blue, will you?
Back the hoof.
Thank you. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
This was, without question, hands down, 100% the fanciest of the chain restaurants. And I say was, I mean, it still is. It's still open.
Right.
However, we could be watching the end of it right in front of our faces.
Starting to go down?
Well, they're exploring one option, and normally when this happens, it's not good.
All right.
That being said, if this all of a sudden disappears, there's nothing really that replaces it.
Ooh.
Because when it comes to the other places that'll serve you food chain-wise,
right.
Nothing is even close to as high-end or feels as fancy as this place.
This is high chain.
I think so.
Okay.
I'll tell you what we're talking about and what's going down next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. fancy is a subjective term.
Oh.
Right? What's fancy to Timmy is different than what's fancy to me, and what's fancy to us is way different than what's fancy to you.
Yeah, true.
But when it comes to chain restaurants, this was universally viewed as the fanciest in all the land.
Damn.
Lobster and shrimp and crab. But it may just be a matter of time before it's gone forever.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, couple of things. Kimmy is on her last day of being gone.
Yeah.
So that means we only have 52 minutes left with Terrible Time Timmy.
Ah, damn.
That's a terrible time, the last 52 minutes. So thanks again, Timmy, for being here. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Also, just after 9:30ish this morning, the obligation to go to a wedding sucks.
And we're coming up into hitching season.
Yep, but I promise you,
Yeah.
this wedding obligation would be even worse because, your wife always worries about what she has to wear.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to worry about that
Yeah.
at this wedding. I'll explain just after.
What kind of kink-ass wedding we talking?
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Red Lobster is in some serious trouble.
Really?
So the company is reportedly considered for filing for bankruptcy, and in the process would be forced to close some of their 650 locations nationwide.
Wow.
You know the reason?
They're running out of lobster?
Endless shrimp.
It's killing them?
So last summer, Red Lobster made its $20 endless shrimp promotion that they normally do like a couple times.
Yeah.
They made it into a full-time menu item. And that apparently was a terrible mistake.
We ate them broke.
Bro, the amount of shrimp we took them for cost the company $11 million.
God damn.
As one expert said, and I quote, "It's not the second serving of shrimp that hurt him. It was the third and the fourth."
God damn.
Look, man, you give me an endless shrimp option.
I know.
I'm getting to 3 or 4 servings.
I know. And all the tartar sauce I can handle.
And by the way, $11 million in 1 year loss, that's not going to bankrupt your company. It's just one problem with a bunch they've been facing. Mismanagement, rise of the fast dining, but still classy places like Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, and the fact that millennials, according to this story, never fully embraced Red Lobster like the boomers did. It means that not too far from now, Red Lobster could be gone.
Man, that sucks.
You all right?
Because I didn't think they had any competition. They were the only game like that, like a full-service seafood restaurant.
Yeah.
And they had a full bar. Maybe
Okay.
kids don't eat, does the new generation not appreciate cheaper lobster?
Okay. I don't know where else you would get lobster. Like in
At that price?
Well, I mean, think about how close people are. Only if, like, northeastern.
Well, you got to be near the coast.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So outside of that, everyone else in America has to get their lobster from a place like Red Lobster.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. And I love how you bring up the bar, too.
What?
Because every time we bring up Red Lobster, you talk about how they heavy pour you.
Bro, I love drinking at Red Lobster. I do.
I want you. That might be the saddest thing you've ever said in your life.
Why?
I love drinking at Red Lobster.
Like, if I could just be a regular at one place.
Red Lobster?
Lobster my ass.
The bar at Red Lobster.
Yes. What? And how about they also have those cheesy biscuits that people are insane for.
Cheesy biscuits are delicious. I mean, you're right. Yes. But, like, Timmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you walk in with your girlfriend, fiance, wife, whatever, and you see a man in a blazer alone drinking at Red Lobster.
And I
at
got
the
a
bar.
basket of cheesy biscuits.
And then 6 weeks later, you walk back in and he's there again.
Oh, a Red Lobster regular.
Is that a
lonely Red Lobster regular.
Is that a sad man or a cool man?
It's a sad man who knows what he likes.
So you're not judging him?
Oh, yeah, I am.
You're being judged by Timmy. How's that feel? All right, so here's the thing. Love Red Lobster, hate Red Lobster. It's hard to argue when it comes to fancy chain restaurant experiences. Yeah. Red Lobster might stand alone. Like, if you wanted to impress a lady yet not kill yourself with the bill,
right?
Red Lobster was the spot.
Little surf and turf.
Yeah. Now, it's not like it's cheap, but it ain't local steakhouse. It ain't some high-end local seafood joint. If Red Lobster closes, what becomes the go-to fancy chain restaurant option? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, off the top of your head, don't think the fanciest chain restaurant outside of Red Lobster is?
Yeah, it would have to be Cheesecake Factory.
Ooh, that's a good call. I think a Cheesecake Factory. Are you only saying that because it's in Pittsford?
Well, it's the first thing that came to my mind. If it wasn't there, probably not.
Okay.
But they have that menu that goes on forever.
It is, yeah. It's weird. Like you could put a Bible next to the Cheesecake Factory menu, and you can't tell the difference.
And some of the items are in both.
Timmy, fanciest chain restaurant other Red Lobster, go.
Longhorn or Olive Garden. Couldn't decide.
Okay.
Longhorn
or Outback or like a steak place.
Yeah, Outback's pretty good too.
Oh, no, Outback's delicious. I don't look at Outback as fancy. You look at Outback as fancy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-end steakhouse.
No, I mean, it's good. It
has a blooming onion. And a full bar.
Okay, chill with the chain restaurant bars, man. Like, I'm getting worried about you. You're not a pilot. No, I don't know. I never looked at, like, Outback Steakhouse is like, I'm going to impress you by taking you to Outback Steakhouse. I love Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah, but they have, like, high-end steaks. They got like, the surf and turf stuff.
No, I get it.
I think that's one of those closeted ones.
Okay. It's not a place like Applebee's or TGI Fridays, because they've actually gone out of their way to show you how not fancy
they're more family.
I mean,
I'm not taking a whole family out to Outback, even out for steak.
All right, you say like Longhorn or like Texas Roadhouse, but even those, they kind of give off that feeling like, this is what they do out west in the steak. It's okay. It's not all that fancy. You come in and get delicious steak, but not in a fancy way. And they say it like that. Like, even, I mean, Texas Roadhouse, you throw peanuts on the floor.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? I mean, Olive Garden has the menu that feels fancy, Timmy.
Yeah.
But then, like, some folks in the Olive Garden it'll change the way that it feels.
Yeah.
Like, you'll get some folks in Olive Garden in collared shirts. You'll get some folks in the Olive Garden who are wearing who-farted tank tops, whereas most everybody in a Red Lobster is dressed semi-nice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It's big on Valentine's Day. Remember that.
Red Lobster.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the fanciest of the fancy chain restaurants. And you know what made Red Lobster unique? We all decided it was fancy.
Well, it's seafood.
Okay.
It's, you don't eat seafood all the time.
And to that point, right, seafood around here is unique. Like, you couldn't just go and get that everywhere.
No.
And because we were putting on our nice clothes and used our best manners, it's a fancy place now.
They had shrimp with coconut on it.
I love coconut shrimp.
Everybody loves coconut shrimp.
I love coconut shrimp. You know what? It might be why Red Lobster is such a fancy place.
What's that?
It brought out every type of person.
Oh, yeah.
Right? From the older set to the teenage boys trying to impress their ladies and everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason it worked is every man in that restaurant was trying to get some action.
Oh, yeah.
Fair?
You don't smell the tail, not the one on the table.
Like, you don't take a woman to Red Lobster not thinking you're going to get lucky.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your goal there, right?
Yeah.
Applebee's is not a deal-closing restaurant.
No, them panties ain't coming off.
Friendly's not a deal closer when they were open.
No.
But Red Lobster.
You touching.
Well, no, you're not. I'm just saying it's if it's gonna happen.
The ride home is gonna be nice.
Like, maybe they could make money. Maybe they could make the money back to stay open if Red Lobster made T-shirts call if it's gonna happen, it's after Red Lobster.
Right.
I would wear that T-shirt, and it's true.
Like, the game starts getting on in the parking lot.
No, what?
Oh yeah.
Why? Because your hands already smell like that?
Yeah. And you're all buttered up.
That's probably.
Your hands are all buttery, both y'all.
That's going to cause an infection, without question.
No.
Yeah, don't. You shouldn't finger flash a chick full of butter hands, man.
Butter's not going to give you an infection. You can eat butter.
Timmy, there's lots of things you can eat.
You can put butter in both her mouths.
No, you can't. Don't do that. Timmy, will you Google?
You can put butter in a vagina.
No, you can't
you can rub
do
it,
that.
You can rub it.
Can you?
Yes.
So what are you basing that
on? You rub
on?
it on your lips and you eat it.
No, but I'm saying, okay, Timmy, can you Google what happens if butter gets in my...
I would love to.
Okay, thank you.
If you have butter on your hands and you get
I would think that's probably going to cause a problem. All right.
Like a rash?
Or an infection. Bro, it's dairy.
Oh, if her vagina is lactose intolerant?
Right now it's Tommy intolerant based on what you're talking. All right. See, here's the thing. I was going to ask a question to the ladies, and now not a single woman is going to dare call this show after the conversation we just had.
But she's going to tartar them panties.
2-5. For God's sakes, how did you make it worse?
It's tartar sauce. It's delicious on seafood. It's a creamy-based dill condiment.
That made me nauseous.
Really?
Duh.
Man, if it tasted like tartar sauce, we'd all be down there. Every night would be fish sticks.
252 WCMF.
There's an article that exists, which is completely alarming to me. But the biggest concern is that it might melt. Obviously, this, based on the conversation we're having, it's already melted. But there's an article on here that explains...
Oh, using it as a stick?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So...
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you can buy a cucumber, right?
Yeah, I don't get the stick thing. It wouldn't last very long.
Can Kimmy come back, please?
It's going to ruin your French toast in the morning.
252 WCMF. We're talking about how Red Lobster is in serious trouble. They're looking into filing for bankruptcy. They say it's mismanagement. A big part of it was the unlimited endless shrimp promotion.
We ate them broke.
It used to be a promotion. They added it to the menu full time, and it cost them $11 million last year. But Red Lobster is the fanciest of the chain restaurants. And I am curious to you ladies listening. No one's calling Bell after that. No woman is calling this show after that. No woman wants to talk to Terrible Time Timmy already, period.
Kimmy's going to come back in tomorrow and look at her Google search history and wonder what the hell went on in here.
Let's hope so. 252 WCMF. Do women see Red Lobster as fancy?
Oh.
Because we see it as fancy because, like, if you're taking a woman out, you're probably paying the bill, right? Right? Like, do they look at a night at Red Lobster and go, that's taking a step above?
Because guys look at Red Lobster as, I'm going to get all I get to eat. Like, I can get endless amount of this. Women don't think that way, to your point.
Okay.
If you have, like, an endless meal, most women don't think of that as romantic. That's not like high-end steakhouse.
Well, yeah, but they don't always
like
run
country club.
I get what you're saying.
You know?
All right, so you're running then into the Red Lobster paradox, then.
Right?
Because like you get all you eat, but if you take a woman there and you eat all you can, the odds that you're having sex are going down.
You're grossing her out.
So what's a better play?
I don't know.
Oh, that's tough.
Because I'm also going to drink my face off.
Okay.
So I'm going to be full of whiskey and shrimp as your lover. Your buttery lover.
You know, man, I got to be honest with you.
What?
If I'm at a Red Lobster and I get the endless shrimp promotion, even if I walk in planning not to stuff my face to try and get laid, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna be able to stop myself.
So you're with a beautiful lady.
Yeah.
You're at Red Lobster, and you know the game. You can close this game tonight.
Okay.
Do you eat yourself out of the sexual experience because you just binge on shrimp and booze?
It would be hard not to do.
Right?
It would be really hard not to do. What does that say about us?
We would prefer all we can eat than what we eat. Right?
I mean, I don't. And I'm not even saying this as like a guy, like an older guy now. I would have had that same struggle at like 19.
But that would be the experiment, right? You put a Playboy model in bed, but between her legs you put a delicious platter of shrimp.
And they just keep bringing it back?
Right.
Okay.
But once you stop eating the shrimp, then you can, I think most guys are tearing up that shrimp.
No, I'm a Playboy model. By the way, could you sound like an older man right now? We're a Playboy model. Playboy doesn't even exist anymore. Playboy went the way Red Lobster's on the way. You know why?
Why?
All you can eat bunnies. That promotion. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Red Lobster is struggling. They are looking into filing for bankruptcy, which would close some of their stores. And the way that a lot of these restaurants have gone recently, when that bankruptcy shows up, it's just a matter of time before the whole place shuts down. But Red Lobster is unique, not just for the seafood, but as a place that all men at least decided was fancy. Okay, no, I'm not answering that call. Dear God. No, Lord, no.
That bad, huh?
Well, it's butter. And, like, we are trained to talk about this with the butter discussion we just had.
Yeah.
Jay, look, I love you, buddy. I appreciate you calling the show, but can't risk it with Jay.
All right.
Just can't do it. We do have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. We had said men call, women write, especially in this discussion. We had asked if women think Red Lobster is fancy.
Yeah.
Tina writes us, who says Red Lobster was a fancy restaurant. This is what guys think is fancy? Is this why Duffy and Tommy had a hard time meeting women? Have we been off about how fancy Red Lobster was to the ladies? Because Tina, it sounds like, doesn't think it's fancy.
Maybe so, but I always thought like most Tinas that I knew were pretty low end. You know I'm right,
No,
bro.
there are high-end Tinas.
Bro, there's no high-end Tina on the planet.
Shut up, man. I know several high-end Tinas.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
All Tina's pretty low end.
You know, it would be the most dude thing ever if this entire time we thought we were like impressing women by taking them to Red Lobster without actually asking women if they were impressed by Red Lobster.
I would think a woman would love to go on a date and wear a bib.
That's another great point, man. Here, put this plastic thing around your neck. You know, somebody, excuse me, Jake writes us on Facebook. He says, it's not just the endless shrimp. They kept bringing you those cheesy biscuits. If you put cheesy biscuits in front of me, I'm going to keep eating them. And those things weigh you down.
Yeah, those things are addicting.
Because, like, shrimp can be light, depending on how you're going to eat it. The biscuits ain't.
No. They even sell the mix at Wegmans. You can buy that and just make them at home.
It's not the same. I've tried it. No. By the way, you know they don't have unlimited biscuits anymore?
Because of us.
Yeah. I think that you get like 2 biscuits, and then like they bring you biscuits, but you can pay for more biscuits if you want the biscuits.
There's an upcharge on biscuits?
Timmy, can you Google that? I'm almost
positive.
That makes
sense because they're cheese biscuits.
No, but, I don't.
And they're probably expensive to make.
Okay, but I'm here for the biscuits, man. I'm here for the unlimited biscuits.
I'm here for the biscuits, not the hot tail.
But look, if you're taking away the endless shrimp promotion and you're taking away the all-you-can-eat Cheddar Bay biscuits, what am I doing there?
Killing the biz.
Thank you.
All entrees come with 2, and you can order more than that. So they put a limit on that, and then lost 11 mil on shrimp. So that's just great business, I guess.
What happened to the country I was born in?
We ate it, bro. It's us.
Shut up.
We killed our own joy.
Don't give me the option to have unlimited biscuits and take the biscuits away, man.
Oh, we have the fair biscuits themselves.
We got votes for other fancy chain restaurants coming in. Again, it's coming in through Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. We're talking about how Red Lobster is in some serious trouble. They're looking into filing for bankruptcy. That would force them to close some of their 650 locations. They have 650 locations in America? Yeah. Wait, 50 goes in 650 how many times?
Don't do this.
13.
Thank you, Timmy.
Rain Man.
So that means...
there's probably some states that got like 1.
No, but I'm saying the average American state has 13 Red Lobsters. That seems like too many Red Lobsters.
Could be that, too.
This comes in from Bob. Bob says it's Olive Garden. I would say Olive Garden right now is still fancier than Red Lobster. If she doesn't like seafood or doesn't like the seafood smell, Olive Garden is a place to go.
But I'm thinking, that's more family.
Okay. You can't get wine there, though.
But there's a million fancy Italian restaurants, mom and pop style, in almost everywhere.
Okay.
Like if I'm taking kids, yeah. If I'm gonna go out thinking I'm getting late, I don't think the Garden's closing the deal.
Maybe it's bad in this town because we have so many Italian. Like there are places that don't have mom and pops.
But
like
most places have local Italian restaurants.
We have more Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from another Jake. Jake writes us, you brought up Friendly's. A place that was fancy that I wish was still around was the Ground Round. You could take a date there and impress her. Is he serious? He's not serious.
Man, the Ground Round was like a great kid restaurant.
Thank you, right? And where you go hang out with your buddies and try and do all the eating competitions?
Right, yeah.
He was taking dates to the Ground Round to get laid?
No, he was taking Tina's. He had a carload of Tina's he was loading up.
What about the Ponderosa?
No.
Steakhouse? You guys argued steakhouse.
Yeah, but that's like family steakhouse.
So what?
I wouldn't say that's a fancy date night joint.
I never had the opportunity to take Ponderosa was closed before I could take a date there. But I love the Ponderosa. I miss the Ponderosa. I would kill for one more night at the Ponderosa.
All right.
No, seriously.
I don't think your wife's going to get excited about Ponderosa.
Well, what about paying for a steak before you sit down?
Yes.
Makes you uncomfortable.
And you remember you could add like a side steak you could corral your menu?
I just wanted the buffet, man. The potatoes, the wedges were delicious. The wings were delicious.
Yeah, no buffet. Your wife's not going to feel romantic holding a tray.
Okay, but let's talk about that. Now, I agree with you. If you take them to like a Chinese buffet, a Golden Corral, a Ponderosa type place, they're going to be like, oh, I don't like it. Old Country Buffet sucks. But with Mother's Day coming up this weekend, this weekend, we're going to take them to brunches, all you can eat brunches.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Well, that's not a romantic thing. That's like a family day.
No, but I mean, you take her to brunch, you're probably going to get laid, right?
If you're getting any action, it's before. It's the early. You're doing the early morning.
No. I got to have the whole day to show you what a great mother you are. Check me out. I just find it weird, Golden Corral and Chinese buffet and Old Country Buffet and Ponderosa. They
value for your money.
Nose gets turned up. But if I'm going to take you to a brunch, which is like the same food, it's the same kind of food. They just charge you double because it's Mother's Day. That's okay. That bothers me.
All right.
And something you ladies need to think about. Let's take a break.
Okay.
No man likes to go to a wedding.
No.
And the older you get, the more you dread.
Yes.
Traveling for a wedding's even worse.
Okay.
But there is one town in your home country, Tommy.
My home country.
Yep, that is about to attempt something we've never seen before. And if this is someone you care about, would you feel the need to do what they're asking?
Oh.
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Hall of Famer Lou Graham and Foreigner here in the break room on CMF. And he's a man who I'm sure back in the day we got a little bit naked every once in a while.
Oh, with the ladies?
Yeah. We sound like fifth graders. You got naked with the ladies, man.
Girls, man.
You gonna get naked with girls? I got naked with so many girls. But nudity, as we talked about this morning, is more of a private thing.
Yeah.
Unless you plan on attending one of these weddings.
Oh, God.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. And we'll start the story this way. We shared with you this morning that our air conditioning in the studio is broken.
Yes.
The good news is it's only 1 degree above where we started.
Yes.
The bad news is that it's 81 degrees.
Yeah.
It's been 81 degrees in the studio. Timmy is slowly losing his will to live over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a rough 4 hours.
One more break, buddy. We're almost there. And we had talked early on in the show how comfortable we would all be if we got naked doing the show. And you were the one that seemed to be the most hesitant about it.
I don't want to stick to leather.
Oh, no. It brings us to this story here.
What is it?
The island of Sardinia.
Ooh, off the coast of Italy.
You got it. A beach called Venice. B-A-N-A-S.
Yeah, what happened?
They are attempting to open up the beach for nudist weddings.
Damn.
And I mean, I'm looking at a picture of it. It's beautiful. The coast here.
Yeah.
There's been a big debate back and forth. Now, it's already a nude beach. The question is whether or not they should allow wedding parties to go fully nude and perform such a sacred sacrament. And there are religious folks that are against it. There are folks that are on adjoining properties that don't want to see a bunch of brain hanging around.
How about when you had to bring your daughter up to the altar with your dong?
I didn't even think about that, man.
You got to bring the dad. How about grandmas coming up to light that unity candle with their nipples in the sand? Hello, nipples in the sand.
No, Nipples in the Sand was my favorite Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers duet. Nipples in the sand. It's hot. It's too hot.
No, can you imagine that? Like grandparents, dad.
I didn't even think about that.
Little
but you're right.
Joey.
Little Joey with the gimpy leg.
How about, oh my God, ring bearer. Jesus Christ, man. Here come the cops.
Naked. Maybe the kids don't. I don't know. Okay, that's
no,
actually.
Here comes the fuzz, baby. Y'all busted.
No, that's a good question.
Italian porn wedding.
No, that's a really good question. Like, are there nudist families that the kids walk around naked too?
Yes. Well, there used to be, because I knew people that did.
No, you're basing it on a guy who let his kids run around naked at a party. I'm talking about legitimate nudist families.
Where families would go. Probably.
Well, I don't know. I always looked at nudists. I thought nudity or nudists were folks who, like, as they got older, they started embracing it.
I guess. But there are nudist camps where people pay money to go.
But are there kids there? Because you're right. You create a whole...
Yeah.
All right, let's leave the kids out of this one. Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, bro, I'm thinking of the average wedding, what you see.
Sure, yeah, you could have just shut up.
How about your naked priest? Well, you'd have to have some.
Well, maybe it's just someone like performing. I mean, I can't imagine a Catholic priest is going to get naked or preside over a nudist wedding. It's very untraditional.
I feel like this is more like eloping and not an actual like destination, like bring your friends and take your clothes off kind of thing.
They're trying to sell this as a fully nude wedding destination. Now, you're probably right, Timmy. There are people that could show up on the beach and do this, but it looks like the way they want to design this is if you're a nudist, you can have a fully nude wedding on the shores of this beach.
Here comes Grandma waddling through the sand like an old turtle.
All right, let me ask you a question. All right, so with this island, Sardinia, this beach in Sardinia that is trying to allow full nudist weddings.
Yeah.
It's a wedding that's important. Mm-hmm. All right, and we're using you as an example. Your stepdaughter is getting married, and she wants to go to this beach, and she's getting naked, and the whole thing. And she goes, listen, it's important to me. You know, this is how we feel. We're gonna, it's part of our society. I need both of you to be naked at the ceremony.
It ain't happening, man.
You're gonna say no.
It ain't happening.
You're not gonna go to your stepdaughter's wedding.
Nope.
Can I ask you a question? Why you lie? Why you lie? Of course you're going.
My wife's not going. She ain't doing it either.
You think your wife is going to skip her daughter's wedding?
We're uptight.
Yeah?
We're about as uptight as it gets.
You going, man. I think you going, and I think you hanging brain at your stepdaughter's wedding, the day of your stepdaughter's wedding.
You can't do it. It's unfathomable. Like,
is that like unfathomable?
Whatever it is, I ain't doing it. Because like that, the whole scene, it would be worse than seeing a murder.
No, shut up. It's just a human body.
I think a murder and this would have to do with the same psychological. Because let's say everybody coming.
Well, yeah.
Here you go.
Well, how else would you do it? You're having all your friends and family there,
Man,
right?
you don't want to see all your friends and family sitting naked in pews.
No, it's on the beach. You'd probably either be standing or you'd be sitting in a plastic chair, which they will disinfect when it's all over.
Oh my, your bare ass on gritty chair.
How about somebody comes over, like you sit next to your wife, you get up, you go grab something, you come back, and one of her friends like sat down next to her, like it'll happen at a wedding, and is talking to her. Oh, I'm sorry, let me get up.
Yeah.
There's your seat.
Is it insulting to like brush off her sand?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay, let's take family out of it, right? It's just a friend. Like we got a buddy of ours who's getting married coming up.
Oh yeah.
And he's into big and traveling and destinations.
This is him all the way.
So he's gonna do a nude wedding on the coast of Sardinia, and bro, it's beautiful.
No,
it's beautiful.
It's the Italian coast.
That's what I mean. Like, how often do you get to go to a place like this? You now have an excuse, but you got to be naked at the wedding. Are you going? It's grown-ass people, someone you've known for...
So my wife and I are going to travel to Italy.
Yes.
Strip.
Yes.
No. It ain't happening.
Why are you being so uptight?
I've been around nude people, and it is weird.
You started this show this morning, and I'm paraphrasing, but you said that you judge men who are afraid to get naked in front of other men.
Yes.
Okay. And you are now sitting here vehemently arguing against going to a naked wedding.
I guess because it's a very upscale social setting. Like us being a couple of chops in here goofing naked is one thing. But like to be sitting down in front of a ceremony.
Like you keep sounding like some guidance counselor who needs to be like flagged. Hey man, you don't want to be naked in society or tell anybody what we're talking about here. But just a couple of guys goofing being naked in my office. That's not a big deal at all.
And by the way, the other thing, let's say I go and I'm my wife and I, we're naked.
Okay.
You there?
Yeah.
Your wife naked?
Straight up naked.
We're gonna laugh so hard.
Okay.
Like we're gonna be so disrespectful. Because don't forget, there's gonna be like readings, right? So there's always like somebody cousin and does some of them Bible readings.
Sure.
And then somebody's gonna sing. So there's gonna be some fat Tina up there singing Ave Maria with her big ass sweaty sanded up jugs. Saying, and we're gonna be laughing our ass off at her chubbly ass naked self trying to sing. Because when you sing, like your whole body moves, you're gonna see her jiggly gabagool shaking to that Italian song.
Bro, I think like after the first 5 minutes.
Oh no way!
I'm telling you, man. I mean,
and by the way, some of our buddies will be at this too. It'll just be a murderer's row of naked jackasses goofing on our buddy.
Yeah, but we're also going to be naked. Like, what? They could say...
That ain't going to stop us.
Okay. Timmy, you are invited to one of our buddies' destination wedding, Italy, naked wedding. Do you feel obligated to be there naked?
It would take some twisting of my own arm, but I think I could pull it off.
Okay, so you would feel like you would have to go.
Yeah.
How about this?
You're seeing somebody right now?
No.
No, you're not. Okay. Do you have a date in mind that would go to a naked wedding with you?
Yeah, but they're not going to say yes.
Well, no, that's what I meant, you idiot. Not someone you would want to take, someone that would go with you.
Yeah, that would be tough to pull off, I think.
How about
but I would
this?
try.
It doesn't. You're just thinking of the wedding.
Yeah.
Reception.
Okay.
Naked reception. Everybody just standing around, cocktailing, dongs out, boobies, giners all over the place, and little sticks of cheese with the toothpick.
I think there's a whole category of that on the internet already.
Only 15 more minutes of Timmy before Kimmy gets back. Hold on, everybody. We're almost there.
Can you hold your cheese and look at naked people?
I really think... Now, look, I've never been in a nudist situation. You say you have, so I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going based on my head. But I think that after the first couple of minutes, all the shock of it will wear off. Oh, no, I take it back. I did play strip board games with a girl that I dated. Don't ask. And, she had a really good-looking friend who kept losing. And I was all excited. Mm-hmm. After 3 minutes, I was like, okay.
Wait, you didn't get a bone?
No.
Yeah, what if you get a bone?
Well, no, I can't get a bone. My girlfriend at the time sitting across from me.
No, but let's say you can't. It's uncontrolled boner.
Okay, you don't have to worry about that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Oh, your old ass is going to get uncontrolled boners? I thought every time you got a boner, you took a picture of it from now on. Had a man come in and sketch it for you. Any 60-year-old man that goes, I'm going to worry about uncontrolled boners is the biggest liar on the planet.
I still got a few boners left.
No, I'm not saying you
7, what the doctor told me.
I'm not saying you ain't got boners left. I'm saying, when is the last time you looked down and you were like, oh, surprise boner? Honestly.
I don't know. But let's say I said my chub.
Okay.
I got a semi-chub. Mm-hmm. I came in regular, now I'm chubbed up. What do you do? I'm sundialing.
Bro. So
I'm walking around like a Greek statue.
Your first concern is that they're going to be so gross you can't stop laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're concerned that everyone's going to be smoking hot and I'm all chugged
But
up.
you know, there's always one good-looking person at a wedding.
Not at this wedding we're going to. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bob. Bob says, do I go to the wedding for free or do I have to pay and get nude? Because if it's free, I'll get naked. If I have to pay and get naked, no dice. No, they're not going to pay.
Really? Free trip to Italy?
All we got to do is see your balls. Who would offer you that deal?
But you know what sucks, too?
What's that?
There's always a crush right at the, from wedding and when you go into the reception and it's open bar, there's always that crush of people at the bar trying to get that first drink. You're going to stand in line 20 deep, naked dudes, because only the dudes have to get up and get the drinks for your old lady, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be dong to cheek waiting for your cocktail.
Okay, I would rather be standing up there with a bunch of naked dudes and be intermingled with, like, naked women.
Yeah, but what if your dong brushes the cheeks of his ass while you're waiting for that drink?
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares? Your penis just touched another man's butt.
You know that doesn't, like, automatically make you gay, right?
Well, you're getting close,
Shut
baby.
up, you idiot.
And there's cocktails on the way. Next thing you know, you're both in the ocean making waves.
It's got salt water. Careful out there. Another infection we got to talk about. What is happening on this show?
The
No.
Sardinia itch. No, that's too much close contact, man.
I don't get you, man. And by the way,
I
especially
don't
with
want
guys,
my penis touching a man's butt cheek.
especially with guys, a new thing for you. Especially with guys, we're gonna give each other enough space because of how weird every dude gets about being naked.
But it's also free alcohol. Everybody's pushing to get their drink.
I'm telling you, man, you're overestimating. Look, I don't want to know what your plan is to get close to naked dudes, but I'm pretty sure I'm giving plenty of space to everybody. My fear would be like if I turn around and I'm like gesturing with my hand or talking with my hand and I brush something on like a woman.
Oh my God. Yeah, you touch booby?
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
That would be my fear. Because like even like grazing booby with like clothes on is wildly uncomfortable.
Yes.
And you have to over a pop. So
But these
sorry.
are raw, outdoor, natural nipplage.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here at the Break Room on CMF. Yeah, it's going to be Rapperoo.
Howdy, old Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Tuesday, you know what that means?
Oh, it's our new favorite segment.
What's it called?
Is Kimmy coming back to the hood?
That's actually a good question. We're not entirely sure. So, Timmy, again, thank you for being in here, buddy. You crushed
you're the
it.
man.
Happy to help.
And when I say crush it, I mean like our ratings down to like a much lower position.
Not my problem.
You are under the impression that Kimmy is back tomorrow?
I do know that she is on her way home now.
Okay.
Whether or not she shows up to work tomorrow.
She's wheels up.
I don't know.
Have you spoke to her?
Saw it on the internet.
Okay, so I just want to be clear again before we wrap all this up, the Timmy experiment that we went through here with Kimmy gone from Wednesday to today. 3 grown men who know Kimmy very well through
Many
work.
years.
Yeah, we all have her phone number. We all communicate. Right, okay. We didn't know where she went. We didn't know what she went there for. And we weren't entirely sure how long she was gone. Even the man who was here to work for her was not entirely sure when she was coming back. And over 6 days, 6 days, none of us personally reached out to her.
No. Well, I don't follow her on Instagram, so I don't see any of this.
You have her phone number.
I'm not going to bother her. What are you doing?
No, you just ask her, like, when are you coming back and where are you?
Nobody wants that when you're on vacation.
Timmy, that's you getting paid. How many days you get paid would have depended on that. You didn't reach out to her.
Still here.
Okay.
I'm not going to bother her because I'm cool.
I didn't do that because I didn't want to do that.
But you're in contact with her husband.
Yeah, I've talked to her husband over and over again all weekend.
Kimmy doesn't come up in a conversation.
Dude, he's single, he's off. Why would he do anything?
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully Kimmy back tomorrow. Timmy, again, thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Happy to help.
For Terrible Time, Timmy, you crushed it. Crushed
Yes,
it.
you did.
For Tommy Muley, looking great in his blazer in an 82-degree room right now.
I'm not. It's really not too bad right now.
Well, yeah, you're little. You're a little guy. Don't get hat. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.